shape.
I know.
This is why I think that you're being dishonest.
No.
20 other people listening, and not only this, when they deny the fact that he's a comedian or like a fake, you will stay silent.
Yeah, normally I do deny. So here's the thing. I'm not trying to edit out that there were 20 other people in the room.
Worried about Clubhouse? What do worried about Clubhouse? Typo, but I was typing. I was busy, so. What's so worried about Clubhouse? Experts, friends, or free speech. So Benjamin, what would your choice be?
Really work his victims up.
I think there's more free
What
speech
evidence
than there
that you
are.
don't know exactly what was going to
Like I said, shit comes to some extent.
we're told immediately after that this is not a real person and they have to sign.
Wait, say that again, I didn't hear you.
So people left, and many people that heard it left with this again impression, and this is what Amir's room is not, and not just Amir's room. This entire PR defaming and spreading Jew hatred, and you are part of it.
So I need to think about, you bring up a good point at the end there. Your first few points were not good at all, but this is, you bring up.
They're all amazing points. You were just trying to save face. You don't need to do it.
Unfortunately, you have.
So hold on, Sheep. Are you a Zionist?
If you use the definition of Zionism where it's you believe that the state of Israel should exist, then yes, I am a Zionist.
You mean when I use the actual definition?
Do you feel that because when you're in Amir's room, do you feel there's pressure where you can't really express how you truly feel? Because I've been in that room with you, and I've heard you say good things, and then I've heard you say vile things towards Israel.
What? Okay, hold on a second. I'd like to know.
And I can't remember all of them.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. I think so.
Did they threaten to blow you up, Fadi? If that's
Amir,
we understand.
Amir,
Did they threaten to blow you up? By the way, everybody, would you
Vote.
please vote?
We have a
poll in the room, and
I
I see a lot of people haven't voted. Please, this is a democracy. Please express yourself through the legal, peaceful voting process, the democratic process.
I've been into Amir's room where they voted to quote unquote kill Norm. I mean, multiple times. I'm surprised he's still alive, Norm. I'm surprised.
Did they kill me?
Well, they voted to kill you.
Can I ask a question really quick? My question I've got a question for Sheikh.
yes, sir.
Maybe this question has already been asked and answered, but my question is, do you think it would be offensive if this same behavior was about some other group, like the Muslim or if there was like a black person?
Whoa.
No, so let me explain why. The movie The Dictator, I thought was hilariously funny. I thought hilarious. And that's like playing a Arab dictator.
Well, but again, now we're going back to the movie thing. So I'd like to make an accurate comparison. So
Well, it is
one of them, it's not, in my opinion, and I think you're not really acknowledging my opinion, which is the same as Daniel's opinion in this particular case. So my opinion is basically that a movie is not a fair comparison to a clubhouse room for several clear reasons. First of all, the people in the movie, as Daniel said, were made aware of their being used in the movie. Some of the people in Amir's rooms were not aware that it was satire. And also, in the movie, the audience definitely knows that it's satire, and some of the audience members in Amir's room did not know that it was satire. So, and the intention, like Daniel said, the movie is to make you laugh, and the intentionality of the impersonation in Amir's room is to mislead people and make people think that Jews are actually that hateful and racist. So the fair comparison for me would be if there was somebody on Clubhouse pretending to be a black person and saying like, hey, all I want to do is eat a chicken and a watermelon. Hey, or there was I know, but I can't do an Arab voice or something like, I'm an Arab and all I do is have sex with goats and have sex with little girls. Obviously, it's offensive to say that all Arabs are terrorists, jihadists, towelhead, raghead, kid fuckers.
Okay, not too much. Not too much.
Keep going.
My point has been made.
Hang on, everybody, you're doing well. Matt, you voted. I see other people who voted. Sam, you voted.
What is the poll and how can we vote? What is the poll?
It's at the top. If you don't see it, it's because your app is outdated. You need to update your app. And
I
both ways.
Can I?
Democracy is not free, ladies and gentlemen. You have to fight for democracy.
Democracy is gay.
Yeah, even Dave then can be a stripper, and you can.
Thank you for voting those who voted. We have 15 votes so far, and the people believe that it's okay to have a Palestinian state in Greenland, about half of them, a little more, but most people feel that no, terrorists are bad, they don't want a Palestinian state. So if you have strong feelings about this, express it through the democratic process and vote. You can vote here, it doesn't cost you anything. Thank you very much. This is me, Norm, getting out the vote.
You know, like,
It doesn't cost you anything. The Jews and Palestinians are paying it.
I don't mind a Palestinian state. There's zero threat to Israel, even on its borders.
Oh, good for you. That's a great point.
So, I'm not considering that state, basically.
it's kind of like a hyper.
We've been going in circles, guys. Lou wanted to come up. He's up on stage. Welcome to the stage. What's up?
Okay, this is.
Yes, I just wanted to I wanted to support my friend Trashbag. He wrote a wonderful book. You should go buy it. I bought it. It's tremendous. It's absolutely wonderful.
Wow, are you being sarcastic? Thank you, Lou. Lou is such a nice guy. Are you being sarcastic, or did you actually read it and enjoy?
I read some of it, not a whole lot of it.
Okay, great.
How many
But
stars?
I still
How many
support it.
stars did you give it?
So far 5.
Let's go
There you
back to
go.
the conversation, guys.
Yes, but please vote. Thank you those who voted. Thank you, everybody.
Can I ask David why he laughed when my friend said some of those very disturbing things about Arabs?
What did you say?
He laughed when I said the thing about it. When he laughed when I did the black voice, not the Arab.
No, he laughed at the Arab thing, and he clearly needed to do something.
I think I heard him laughing.
Did you laugh at blacks or Arabs?
No, something about doing something to camels.
What is your point?
Why would you laugh at that? You just, and the second person just laughed.
Well, he laughed at me laughing. What is the point?
I was doing another poll of who thought that my friend was actually an Arab, okay? Let's see if anyone on earth thinks that my friend was
Daniel thought I was
Shake.
This is talking
I understand that you're used to like really like dumb idiots in Amir's room. Don't insult me with those like comebacks. Either you look at yourself and take accountability and responsibility, or you're gonna dance around. Hold on. But this is not a strip club, so please don't dance.
You're about to get checkmated. I'm offering you the ability to resign before you just.
I resigned preemptively. I do not want to be checked.
One second.
Okay, no, guys, on the record.
And then reply to it. The fact that you think that you're in a position to checkmate means that you are zero. Let me please finish one sentence. You're not in a place of introspection and taking accountability. You're in a position of defending and attacking, and that is your problem. So this is why I'm not engaging. Either, listen, it's a clear sign for everybody. Either you acknowledge your participation in spreading Jew hatred and stop it and prevent it in the future, or you try to attack me, checkmate to me, or you gaslight me, and then we will have the same situation. And you leave it with yourself. I said what I said. I don't need you to justify it. I don't need you to attack me. I don't give a fuck about your checkmates, okay? It's about you and your active participation and silence in spreading violent and dangerous Jew hatred. And I say violent because it turns into dead Jews. So Shape, either take responsibility and accountability, or please shut up, at least with me. Others can enjoy the conversation.
Yeah, it might sound funny to you, like on Clubhouse, but as you have seen, what's been happening on the streets, like people take it seriously, bro. Like people, like
Hey David, go.
maybe they've been taking it from Clubhouse, maybe they're taking it from X or.
David, you just laughed when someone said that Arabs do something to camels.
Don't try to do
So
zero.
what's your point? What's your point, Jay? Stop looking at others. Look at yourself. Introspection is about you, Shay.
Daniel, can I talk to you?
Stop. Just stop. Yes.
Daniel,
He's trolling you. Wait a second, buddy. He's trolling you full on. He's not going to change. He's just sort of even toying with you now. Even the name Shapeshifter nothing we can do about it.
No, hold on. Morty has never, ever said things like, Jewish people should go along. Like, doesn't play the role.
How many chances? How many chances can you be given? Be a man. Be a fucking man. Shut up. Hold on, everybody. Hold the fuck on, everybody. Please, everybody mute up, including Shake. Shake, take 10 seconds with yourself before you reply. For fuck's sake, I'm giving you, I'm trying to be as gracious and respectful of you, your intelligence, and your capabilities as a human person. Stop. Take 30 seconds. I will tell you this. If you think that it will humiliate you, embarrass you, I guarantee you that it will do the exact opposite. If you'll be a man. Take 30 seconds. Forget about your ego right now. I'm really not attacking you. And I'm like you. I'm not looking to checkmate you. Okay? That is not my perception. I'm trying to. I don't know if it's to help you because I'm not in this position. I'm trying to give you an opportunity to be better. So please take 10 seconds and everybody please stay muted for 10 seconds. I want to give you a second to think how he wants to address it. Because I don't want to get up like. I feel that when you're trying to bullshit me, you're disrespecting me. Well, I'm respecting you, so this is why I'm kind of getting upset. I feel that you're insulting me.
But he's not gonna change, Daniel.
I asked everybody, please give him 10 seconds of
You're asking a fucking
Daniel just because he's off the
I'm just asking for fucking 10 seconds, guys.
See, he's even putting it as a fucking gift, bro. You ignore him as 1,000%. We spent a lot of time with this guy. He's trolling you.
Yeah, he's throwing you. But you can accept that.
Did I answer the question now?
He's in a difficult situation.
You had this hard time to answer the question. Now you're
Between the
My ask for you guys was very simple. I'm asking for fucking 10 seconds of silence and then shake. And since then, 6 people asked. I asked it 5 times. So I'm not going to get upset, but I'm going to engage. If shake wants to answer, great.
Mute the room. If I can find the button here. Mute the speaker. Okay.
Shapeshifter, go ahead.
Okay, we've had our moment of Zen Daniel take over now.
No, I'm done. Thank you.
All right, don't get aggravated.
Well, there you go.
I'm ready to answer. What Daniel has done has caused me to pause. It has, honestly. Now I don't think he's being very gracious today as he thinks he's being, but that's besides the point. Sometimes you've got to rattle people. But what Daniel has done, it has caused me to pause and think about it more so than I would have thought about it if I had not entered Daniel's room or this room today. I think that's a good thing that you've done, Daniel. I'll leave it at that.
Daniel, you were raised
Amazing.
I'm suffering with this.
The real Nobel Prize winner is Daniel.
I mean, Obama got the Nobel Prize, so why not?
I spent all the people that were offered the Nobel Prize. I don't want to be associated with it.
By the way, the 10 seconds thing is actually a very smart thing to do, Daniel. I like that.
Because I didn't want to need your reaction. I really wanted you to not need to respond immediately.
Well, the reason
You got me on
I have actually something intelligent to say, with all due respect.
I'm totally
An earth-friendly method called hot sand cooking. They heat
You got me
sand in
on
a
my
big pan until it gets super hot, then put in the food they want to cook. And even though it sounds strange, the sand doesn't stick to the food.
weird thing.
As a, like, if you're
An earth-friendly method called hot sand cooking.
I
They heat
ignored all
sand in a big pan until it
the
gets
theatrics
super
that
hot.
we were both participating in. I need to be more careful.
Now is a good time for me.
Two cousins. The cousins should live in a check.
The way the Muslims do it, how does it work? With the how old are they?
Hey, have you guys seen the video, the starving hostage in the tunnel? Evolve.
Yeah, for the record, like, when I saw the New York Times had made an explicit about this starving
I got his name wrong, I'm sorry.
was that one that
Yes.
yeah, that was
Ken. Mamash Ken.
Just so you know, the only starving adults that we saw from Gaza is literally the Jewish hostages. I didn't see if anyone
Can you see the fat Hamas guys in the tunnel?
really quick,
someone said that me that there was starvation. I'm just looking for one image of a starving adult. Yeah, I saw them on the fruits underground.
PTR for the fat starving man.
Hold on, Daniel, do you think there's no starvation at all happening in Gaza?
I think that there is no, what starvation in English should either mean a noun or a verb, okay? So there are people that don't have access to food. There's no deliberate or active starvation. And hold on, wait. And
It's the government.
hold on, that's not word for it. And I know for a fact, now, that I'm seeing the images of the starvation in Gaza, man-made by Hamas, delivered the starvation of the hostages, torturing them, not only starving, they've been underground for over 600 days, didn't see, they didn't breathe air, they don't notice the air in the tunnel, where you also need to pee and poop. You imagine the air in the tunnel, where you also need to pee and poop for 600 days. And you see the image of photography? This is what the Palestinians are doing to us. And if anyone thinks that this is not the most justified, more humane war, then tell me, how can you live with
I
this?
think one of the most
Why do I never live in a meals room and call for the release of the hostages? Zero empathy, zero humanity, zero. And if anyone will raise it, there's a lot of people need to hostages. It's insane.
I don't like vegetarian.
Yeah, it's like, I agree with Daniel. It's like, it's very simple. It's like release the hostages, you know. When I saw that picture in the New York Post about it's sad, bro. He's a very, well, it's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, it's like, sorry, man.
No, I cut you off.
The picture they had on the front page of all the media was a kid with I think he had myelopathy. He was in Italy.
Right, that was the other point I was going to make, Norm. It was like, the New York Times ran a story about the starving in Gaza, and they ran a picture of the kid, right? But it came out later, and the New York Times had to do a correction saying, we apologize. The kid actually had a medical issue, that's why he looked the way he did. Like, that picture picture went around the entire world. For the New York Times actually had a correction. Right, and the New York Times apologized. They apologized like in a very small.
I had to step in here for a second.
It was used to prove some kind of exploitation against Israel. And as Norman said, he's now in Italy. He got to Italy because Israel took him and his mother and his brother to Israel, to the Ramona airport, and to Italy to get special treatment during the war. The Cogas unit is the one actually facilitating this. And then we are presented as the evil. So not only it didn't just pop up in Italy in the middle of the war, people need to ask how did he get there? And he got there because the IDF got him and his family to an Israeli airport to get treatment in Italy.
Was his mother who looks fully dead?
Everything that they say is a complete inversion. They say that the Palestinians are being starved to distract from the fact that the hostages in the tunnels are literally purposefully being starved. They say that Zionism is a death cult, or Judaism is a death cult, to distract from the fact that the Palestinian cause is literally founded on achieving the goal of death. Death to themselves, they get reward. Death to the enemies, they get reward. It's a complete inversion of everything that they say they are doing. They talk about ethnic cleansing, but 20% of Israeli citizens are literally descended. 20% of Israeli civilians are ethnically Palestinian. Percent of Israeli citizens are descended from the Arabs who chose to align themselves with Israel, and when given the opportunity, they chose to become Israeli citizens. Then, generations later, their children are still living in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem and Haifa and everywhere all over. So everything that they say, it's all projection, it's all an inversion, and it's a bunch of bullshit.
Okay,
It's not just destruction. It's not just destruction. The destruction. What they're doing, Hamas is not fighting Israel on the ground. What the humanitarian crisis is a tactic. It's not only to be defend, to hide the fact that they're stopping the hostages. They don't need to stop the hostages. They create this humanitarian starvation fake campaign because the only way that Israel will stop is the international community will put pressure and sanction Israel. And those idiots are actually doing what Hamas is making them. Hamas is creating the humanitarian crisis made by Hamas. Because we already understood that everything that happened is blamed on Israel. And then, yes, Israel is getting hammered.
Not the question.
That's a good point, Daniel. Because like you think about it, like one picture of one kid from the New York Times made Macron to say like we need to recognize the Palestinian state. What happens next is the UK is like, maybe we need to also recognize the Palestinian state. Like, where's this up now? Canada wants to say like we need to recognize the Palestinian state. Based on one picture that the New York Times came out afterwards saying this is disingenuous. It was not the right picture. There's not.
And this is my point about what's happening in America. It's not about facts, about it's layered. It's every day you tell a story, a lie, fabrication, a blood libel. And then, well, yes, a day later, they will never say, I was wrong. Yes, the amount of people that get exposed to the correction is a fraction of those that are exposed. No one is sharing like, oh, it was wrong. Everybody's sharing the image of a child out of context.
Daniel, would you agree, this is a genuine question, would you agree there are instances where both sides have participated in this kind of intentional twisting of the narrative?
Daniel's answer.
So, the,
In the background, no Mark's answer.
yeah, no more, yes, you know, the disease of the child, if you know what it is. If you know
Thank
what
you.
you want in the chip. So, the 40 beheaded baby is a, it's a lie that your people are spreading for 18 months. No one actually said 40 beheaded babies. This is why if I would now ask you if you can give me the full quote or show it to me, you will not be able or even say who said it because it was never said. It was during a news report of one channel, I-24, that we don't really watch. I think it's something that goes around the world. And it was on 8th of October or 7th of, no, 8th of October, like when it was still crazy. And they basically combined two sentences of her that she heard from a soldier that there were 40 children or babies, and then she said that some beheaded, okay? And then she heard about it. And then, I don't know who echoed it, and then I think on 10th of October, I'll be finding for you, 2 days later, Israel government had to issue like things, no indication of beheaded babies, okay? On 10th of October. So that should have been like clear. Since then, the both parties are repeating this statement for 2 reasons. One, as you guys like to do, is to legitimize Israel, basically say everything that Israel is saying is false, so we don't need to believe them. That is part of the brainwashing technique, meaning you guys need to listen to only one side. Basically, whenever you hear something coming from the IDF, it's a lie. Why? Because look at the calendar. You know, when he made a mistake with also like on a live broadcast, he was like going into a tunnel and so it's like this is the names of the guards. You know, and showing it through camera, and anyone that speaks Arabic, obviously the other guy doesn't speak Arabic, can see the words. Now there are many people in the IDF that speak Arabic, so it wasn't like a conclusion of like at least tell them we're not that dumb. And so they're using both those cases to sort of basically say everything, and most of the Indians will go with it, like who said it, the IDF are their alliance. So this is why, so there are 2 reasons. One is to legitimize Israel and say that we are allies, and the second is to try to, and this is what I don't remember who said, I think my friend, basically to cover up the actual beheadings that Hamas actually did. Because if we talk about the fake lie that you guys are spreading, we don't need to discuss the actual videos that Hamas took of them actually chopping a guy's head with a shovel.
I do think you seem to be agreeing on the sheep. I do think that you seem to be agreeing though that if we, because you use the term like sides, so if we just loosely go with that term, that both sides have participated in twisting and lying in the narrative.
No, I didn't say this. I said no. My answer was first no.
So 40. Okay.
And then you talk about the 40 babies, and I said you guys spread it, not us. We actually said it's not true. You guys are the ones spreading the misinformation. For us, you need to understand, okay? For us, it's not about perception. Like yes, the perception is secondary. It's about actual life. And so when something happens, we wanna. It's actual people. It's actual names. It's not just make shit up like the Palestinians do.
So I'm just ChatGPTing this, so I want to understand why Nicole Zedek, who was part of the Israeli TV channel on I-24 News, is not part of this side. Why do you? I said to you. I think the question was, do you believe that both sides are spreading these twisted narratives? And you said no. So then I said, and so then I said, which side? So which side is Nicole Zedek? That's part of the Israeli TV channel.
I don't know.
Her story was false. Her story. So the way you rationalize it, you don't put her on a side. Is that what you're doing? I just want to know.
No, that's it. She didn't spread it. First of all, she never said for the babies.
Right.
You guys took 2 sentences that she put and you made it together into this fake narrative. So, as I said, the 40 beheaded babies is a lie that your side is spreading, not our side. But how that's your nation.
That's a fair point.
She was walking
question to you is, were there any beheaded babies?
I don't know how to get the babies.
Okay, so
There was one baby that was shot when they were still in the grave. There was one baby that was stoned to death in Gaza. It was a beheaded baby, and hold on, there was beheaded men, and in the confusion of 8th of October, when she's talking like live about things that she heard from different people, she never reported it as news. She actually said that she heard. It wasn't reported, it wasn't issued by anyone official. We actually have names, dates. I can give you a website that will give you on each person what him on this day, his face, is everything about him. They are all real people, okay? And again, this lie of 40 beheaded babies, as you said in the quote, was never said. The reason that you guys keep on saying 40 beheaded babies because you repeat a lie. And the entire idea, same as Morty, is to delegitimize and vilify us.
Yeah,
And participate in it.
so
That you keep talking about the 40 babies and ask me for answers instead of yourself, again shows your lack of introspection and responsibility. This is not us spreading it. I don't hear any of our people say you did 40 babies for us. Only you guys are talking about it. Because you want to delegitimize us.
Daniel, I would like to, Daniel, charitably, coming from a good place, shine a mirror, because we all have blind spots. Just like I had a blind spot that you pointed out earlier. I'd like to show you your blind spot. Are you open to that?
I'm open for you trying.
I don't have blind spot.
Okay. I mean, you called me out on trying to win.
He's open.
Yeah, but just,
I would like to give you. Okay, can we do the 10-second thing?
Sure, go ahead, but say what you want before. I don't have anything to respond.
Okay, so you called me out personally on my lack of introspection. And what I was trying to do was get you to acknowledge if there was any twisting of the narrative on the Israeli side. And you said no. I want you to think for 10 seconds on whether that's you being introspective.
What these barbarians did is much worse than anything we have said. Fixating on the babies. We know that the people who are sympathetic to the Palestinians are so ashamed of themselves and so appalled at their barbaric behavior of Hamas. I saw a picture a couple days ago, trigger warning, clog up your ears if you don't want to hear this, of a man sitting back in a car and they had cut out his heart. I saw it in living color. His heart was cut out of his body. And this is just one example of the families that they slaughtered in front of each other, of the children that they murdered in front of their parents, then they murdered the wife, then they murdered unspeakable barbarity. We had not even expressed the depth of horrors that these barbarians visited upon us, but they photographed it all. And they called home and bragged about it. Mommy, Daddy, Mommy, I killed 10 Jews with my own hands. We recorded them saying this. It defies description. So, no, not only did we not exaggerate, manipulate the narrative, it was so filthy and unspeakable that we barely talk about it. It's like those people who've been through the Holocaust or World War II or any war. They just don't speak about it. It's not something you can even say in polite company.
It's true, Norm. Right now, I'm looking through my photographs because I could have sworn that on October 9th, I saw on Telegram a bunch of disgusting photos, including photos of people in Israel. And I'm looking through my photos to find them, and I can't find them. I must have, Norm, knowing myself, I must have deleted these photos because they were too disturbing. That's the only reason, because I can't keep that shit. So.
No, it was never made public.
I saw it on Telegram. I had them saved.
Maybe it got leaked, but it was only for.
I don't save nude photos either when people send me nude photos. By the way, you gotta.
On October 7th,
my fault on my phone.
on October October 7th, I cannot imagine what you guys went through watching this.
And 8 and 9 and 10.
But what I can say is I was to my core disgusted, angry, and
So when there was a suicide bomb before October 7th,
in complete
killing people, like, what did you feel then?
in complete disgust and shock that this is what's happening in modern times. You know, I just want to make it clear.
Why did it take October 7th for you to realize that?
Hey, David, you're just on the verge of like annoying me, and that's hard to do. Daniel, are you ready? I'd love to hear your response. Yeah, حبيبي اتفضل.
Like what if we are like manipulating and lying?
Is there any manipulation of narrative happening on the Israeli side?
No, and I tell you why I'm saying this, okay? When you're talking about, first of all, I think that is true, and I hope that you are, okay, since we're not in a men's room, I am trying to do this, talk about nuances. And in nuances, there is a difference between like, for example, manipulation, meaning that you know that you are correct, and for example, making a mistake, right? So, for example, I'll tell you, I don't know, that I got the delivery at 2, but it was a 3. I was trying to say to my So, I'm trying to say there's a difference between a lie and a mistake. For example, the calendar thing, I'm just trying to, do you think that was a manipulation or a stupid mistake? Like, what do you really think happened there with this calendar?
Well, it's hard for me to get in.
You don't know. I'm just asking what you think. You saw the video, right?
Yeah, I saw the video.
You think it was a manipulation, a clear manipulation, or a stupid mistake?
Let's do a quick recap on what I believe to be the facts. Number 1, it was the spokesperson for the IDF.
Right.
Right. Number 2, it was, obviously during the heat of the most tense moments in October 7th. Right.
In Gaza. No, it was after. It was in a tunnel in Gaza.
Yeah.
I think under a ship.
It was in the hospital, right?
It was in the hospital.
Yeah.
It was in the hospital. It was in the hospital during some of the most tense.
I think it's Shifa. Okay.
Okay, so
right.
he was a spokesperson. It was in the hospital. There were news cameras.
Not news cameras. IDF spokesman camera.
IDF spokesman camera, and it was broadcast on the news.
Right.
And he took the paper and waved it at the camera. And he said,
No, he pointed at the. No, I think it.
No, it was static on the wall.
No, it was on the wall. It was. Are you sure? Because I remember walking in the room, and it was
the taking the paper and waving it is important. So I'll go check that. So he took the paper and waved it at the camera, and he said these are operational plans. Like these are operational plans.
No, those are no. He said that those are the schedule of the guards. This is what he said.
Okay, so let me double check.
He said that those are the names of the guards, and this is basically the schedule. Okay.
Okay.
And it was basically a calendar with names of days.
Okay, we'll do the research a little bit later, but let's grant for
you know this story. Okay, it's weird to me. So we can do another example that I thought you know the facts.
I will end Joe Biden's war on crypto and.
I forgot some of the facts, but let's use the
So
facts that you present. No, let's use the ones that you present. No, I would like to use the hospital.
Let's finish with the hospital.
Yeah.
No, problem. I just wanted to say
Let's for now
What do you want to say about it, Fadi?
Let's for now.
I asked him. I just wanted to think of everybody. The John, I asked him if he thinks that he was a mistake or it was a manipulation.
What would Israel have to gain by?
Okay,
We went to these other answers, Jacob.
Okay, so now let's examine the intent of someone who's trying to manipulate versus someone who made a mistake.
He was saying that hospital is a command center for Hamas. This happens to be be true. And they went back and they fought a big battle there.
Sure, do you have do you want us to take us the entire, do you have a conclusion, or you reaching it as you speak?
To what I said.
I understand. Before that, I asked him a question, and no more. And I would like to know, actually, you don't know yet if it's deliberate mistake, deliberate manipulation or not. What you're doing right now is that you're thinking it with us.
Yes. It's an honest, it's.
Yeah, okay, I just want to know if you already have it or not.
Dude, but I want to be honest with you. I want to be completely honest with you here. I had prior concluded it was manipulation, but I want to re-examine it together. I want to do it from a genuine perspective. Okay, so maybe I'll do like 30 seconds. You do 30. So I want to steel man the Israeli side. I would like to spend my time steel manning the Israeli side. It's up to you whether you want to steel man the other side. So I suppose the way it would be a mistake, it would look a little bit like this. He knew that it was a command center. He had irrefutable evidence that it was a command center. And someone told him that the paper was the evidence. And even though he couldn't read Arabic, he took the paper and he waved it. And he got caught up in the heat of the moment. He got caught up in the heat of the moment, and he just like waved or pointed at the wall. And so it would have happened something like that. You know, like it was a terror command center anyway.
So honest mistake you're saying, and by the way, the point was true, okay? Right?
I can learn something.
So.
Am I right?
No, I'm trying to steel man these. I can easily make the argument that he's manipulating, but I'm going to try.
I'm not trying to make any argument. I'm asking your opinion. Do you think I have my opinion? I can share it with you. Everything was a stupid mistake. And you're saying we started this conversation that you said outside is also manipulating, and we took this as an example of Israeli manipulation. And then I'm asking you, do you really believe that this is a deliberate manipulation or an honest mistake?
I'm trying to steel man the mistake side so that I can see if I can.
Just say what you think, buddy.
Yeah, I'm not going to steal man the other side because I know.
Okay, fine.
I have a conclusion, okay?
Fine.
I can tell you my conclusion. It's a stupid mistake.
Let me tell you, what I would like to know from you is what about it has you concluding definitively that it was a mistake?
Because Al-Shifa really is a command center for Hamas. So
I tell you what, it's very easy.
Obviously his point is true. Who knows what was on that calendar? To this day, I don't know if the spin one way or the spin the other way is wrong. But it's completely irrelevant. This is a perfect example of seizing on something in order to obfuscate and to spread disinformation about Israel. I don't know if you know it, buddy. If you don't know it, you should. It really was a command center, and we fought a pitched battle there right afterwards. So he had the wrong piece of paper in his hand.
Right.
Case scenario.
It's like
I think that an army that can fly all the way to Iran, and I think an army that can, with the Mossad, that can do the pager attack, and the IDF spokesman himself has a deputy that is for the Arab speakers, meaning that he has very easy access. Not that it's really hard for Arabic speaking. Now, we were in the Shifa in this room, he had this camera, he decided when to say start. He could take any piece of paper and write anything on it, like even plans of Hamas, like kill all the Jews or whatever. No, he didn't do this. He used this paper that he didn't check, and he not only that he said it, he also showed it to the entire world.
Okay,
so give us a bit of credit. Not stupid.
I would like to respond.
Can I ask a question, Chief?
Oh, go ahead. Yes,
So was he relieved of command, reprimanded, clearly
Wait a minute, you're getting off the topic.
No, that's not off topic.
relevant
That's
question?
not off
Let Fadi answer first.
Okay.
What's the answer to Daniel's question?
So I now remember why I concluded it was manipulation. Because I had forgotten to explore it. The reason why I concluded it was manipulation, but I wasn't thinking enough about Alnormo's point, which is, let's suppose that it was indeed a terrorist command center. So, why I concluded it was manipulation is the IDF spokesperson himself would have known that he hasn't read the paper. And then he chose to say in front of the cameras that the paper said something that it didn't.
No, there's
That's
like
hey, David.
Let him talk, David.
Hey, David, just settle down.
But finish your thought, Bonnie, because there's a lot of fluff in this.
I appreciate the narration of my
Proud to be on this.
perspective. So the idea, hey, David, bottle of vodka, grab one, just chill. Or do the 10-second thing.
You're bumpering, Bonnie. I think you realize you've been exposed.
No, actually,
He's interrupting him. No.
Yeah. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you. Okay. All right. So the IDF spokesperson, who is a trained spokesperson, by the way, spokespeople are trained on how to.
This Thursday, July 24th at 12:30 p.m. We're celebrating with the Get It On the Floor.
He was like in the Navy.
Daniel,
He
let
learned
him
acting.
answer. He's perfectly.
Yeah, what is
Okay, so
the point?
don't assume
He's
things.
fluffing all these things. Like,
This is bullshit.
just give us a real answer.
Okay. So the guy knew that he didn't read the paper, and decided to tell people something about the paper that he knew was not on the paper. He just made it up. That's manipulation.
Right, but you don't know that he did that. You just made that story up in your head.
No.
My experience, the wrong paper. Yeah. You don't know why he did
He
what
grabbed
he
the
did.
wrong paper.
Yeah. There's a million different times.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna go find the video.
Yeah, very good. There's a million different explanations, and you made up a story that made you look bad. He's manipulating.
If
Yeah,
I find the video,
your name.
if I find the video, would you guys want to watch it together?
The New York Times
You're
ran.
wasting time, buddy.
I just wanna understand. Whenever you say something that you don't necessarily check or know for a fact, and you made a mistake, I would say that you are manipulating me because you made a mistake and you didn't check it thoroughly.
No.
But basically, just like imagine the scene, okay? He's not a militant, okay? He went there into like they allowed him to go into the Shifa hospital, and he walked in, and you know there are like evidence there, like you were a detective going into a crime scene or whatever, and you say, okay, I see a bed. Okay, so they slept here. You don't know for a fact that they slept here, but you see a bed. You kind of try to figure things out, and you assume things, okay? The fixation on the mistake was basically to delegitimize the entire thing. Basically, there is no, basically, let's focus now on this mistake, not manipulation. Manipulation, I tell you why it's important to use specific word. It's with intent, okay? Meaning, I know that it's not true. I want them to think like this, so I will say something that I knowingly know that is manipulative, that is deliberately showing something that it's not. And that is something that I think that you are attributing to Daniela Gali, which you wouldn't attribute to anyone else in a similar situation.
And then you could
assume, you assume sinister intentions.
I give you a perfect example. The New York Times apologized for using the picture of the kid who had other issues going on, and they said
existing health conditions.
correct, right. But when they issued that correction, that happened way after, like, every single newspaper around the world threw that picture up and said, like, this is what's happening. It's fine if not fine, but it's okay if you're saying, it's like, well, we didn't mean it, we were trying to figure it out, we need to figure out, facts. But at the end of the day, like, if you're gonna say, like, this is what's happening, you either have to know it and have to be forceful about it, or it's not right. It's not right. Without speaking.
Okay, I put the video in. Ignore the commentary in the beginning. beginning from some influencer, but
Yeah.
it was static on the wall, and he walks up to it and points at it, and you can look at the video, it's there.
Okay, yeah, I wanted to use a non-biased one, but
Just ignore the stuff in the beginning. And
you're confident it wasn't edited like.
No, it's just a video.
Okay, all right, I'm gonna go watch it. Thanks, Yakov.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't know what anyone would have to gain, and that's the important thing. Manipulation is, in my mind, is what does someone gain from the manipulation? And if there's nothing to gain, meaning if they come out looking really stupid, there's nothing to gain. Therefore, the simplest answer, Occam's razor, is that he just screwed up and he got it wrong. Like he didn't have anything to gain. He wasn't going to get sympathy from the world because within a few days, anyone in their right mind who read Arabic has said, this is
Yakov, the New York Times come out and said, like, okay, we actually figured out that.
No, that was different because they were manipulated. Okay? They were manipulated.
Wait, okay, were there people on the ground who were part of the New York Times were manipulated, or were the people that?
No, they got to. Let's talk about one issue at a time. You're now trying to pull one thing that's very different into another thing. I'm specifically talking about the calendar, Dave. Forget the kid in the trash bag, okay? We can talk about that later. That's a different issue. But the guy getting it wrong.
Okay, sorry.
Okay? The guy getting it wrong shape. What did he have to gain by,
he had a lot to gain. So. And then I'm also curious whether there was a correction or apology issued after that.
But it wasn't true. So he had
he had a lot to gain. He had a lot to gain. Can I respond to Yakov? He did ask me a question.
Yeah, what I'm saying is.
He did ask me.
Hang on a second. I just want to make something clear. The story is absolutely true. The evidence was a mistake. The story is correct. So by criticizing the evidence and pretending once again, the Jews are liars. The Jews are liars. They can't even read Arabic. I haven't even seen the translation of what was on that sheet. But the point was that Al-Shifa Hospital, which was the story, was a command and control center for Hamas. The IDF went there and fought a battle for 2 weeks in Al-Shifa Hospital against Hamas fighters who were in the maternity ward. Why are Hamas fighters in the maternity ward? That's the story.
Why is the hospital fighting?
Why they were in the emergency room. Why are Hamas fighters in the emergency room fighting IDF soldiers? And Israel did that with no death to the non-combatants. They evacuated the non-combatants. So there's no moral equivalence here. Hamas wants to say, the Jews lie, Israel lies, the IDF lies, when in fact they were telling the truth. And then, when they say, the story that they're using kindergartens and schools and hospitals as control and command centers, they get you to move past that story. They want you to ignore that, when in fact there's ample documentation of it.
I don't think it was at Al-Shifa Hospital.
It was Al-Shifa.
Are you sure?
The idea is that we will talk about this mistake.
Definitely.
I just want to say, Fadi, I'm not fooled by all this sort of tiny minutia obfuscation. You know very well that there are command and control centers in the hospitals. If you don't, you should. All you have to do is read the New York Times.
The bigger picture is now that we are still 18 months into the war, discussing the supposedly manipulation, but actually a stupid mistake was done I don't know how many months ago, but we are not discussing the constant fake propaganda that is coming from the Palestinian side, including this fake starvation campaign that is going on right now. We're not discussing this. We're not discussing the starving hostages. For some reason, they are making us talk about us and about this stupid mistake. Instead of this is the insanity. They're trying to create this there are two sides that are doing the same things. Taking one mistake and comparing it to a full-blown campaign against Israel, it's insane. A fake campaign.
Yeah,
I would like, I just need.
Quiet body.
this
Do you
untrained,
understand how it works in the internet?
this untrained media spokesperson.
No, it's not untrained. It's like
Okay, this maybe was trained, maybe was not trained media spokesperson. Walked up to a wall, pointed.
We know what happened. I don't know what the documentation.
Pointed at a document that he had no idea what it said, and decided to make up in detail by pointing from left to right that it was the list of names.
You're lying again, Fadi.
No, the person
When you lie. Hang on, Fadi.
the person that lied was the spokesperson.
Fadi, wait a second. He didn't lie. He made a mistake.
Okay, so
He was wrong.
he read the wrong. He walked up to a document, a piece of paper.
Have you seen this document, Fadi?
It's on video. Jakob provided the clip.
No, I didn't.
He walked up to it. He walked up to it and he read the wrong. He confused the days of the week.
He made a stupid mistake, Shay. That's what we're saying.
Daniel,
What was his mistake? What was his mistake?
Fadi,
Assuming that this is a list of people.
Daniel, give me 1 second, please. Fadi, have you seen the document?
Yes,
Yes or no?
I have. No, I've seen it. Yes,
What does it say? Can you read it?
yes.
What does it say?
It says the days of the week.
Anything else?
I haven't read every single.
You haven't read the document.
Okay, let me go read it and report
Okay,
back.
you don't even know if the guy was wrong, do you?
Let him read, and I want to speak.
No, he was wrong. He was wrong because there were no names of terrorists. There were no names of terrorists. It was widely reported. It was widely reported that there were no names of the
So how do
terrorists.
you know he was wrong if you have not
And you
read
have
the
to read
document?
it.
Because when he started pointing to certain squares on the document, I read them in real time, saying, "What is he talking about? That's just the day of the week."
So what you're saying is that you're not sure what was going on there.
No, that's not. That's what you're saying.
Oh, okay. But you didn't read the document, so you don't know if he was.
So you believe the document is a list of terrorist names on shifts?
I believe you have.
Have you read the document, Norm? Have you read the document, Norm? Norm, have you read the document? How do you know that he wasn't manipulating if you haven't read the document?
Because that's not a plausible explanation. All we know is that somebody said that he was wrong. You haven't read it, and I haven't read it. But your default setting is he's a manipulative Jew. Your default setting is he deliberately lied without having read the document. You just believe in propaganda. Don't talk over me, Fadi. Don't talk over me, Fadi. You're deliberately spreading negative propaganda about Jews, they're liars, without even knowing if it's true or not. You yourself don't know what you're
Daniel, are you going to stand for
You yourself don't know if it was true, Fadi. Isn't that the truth?
Daniel,
I don't like them all the ways.
You just don't know. You just don't know. You just take the time to read it.
With all due respect, why are you looking?
are you going to
Why
stand?
are you looking for
Well,
Yeah,
Daniel?
we're gonna stand for it, Fadi. You don't even know what the document says.
Okay, it took a few days. The ceasefire is over. Normal.
Okay,
The
Dave,
ceasefire
You don't
between
even
you
know
and
what the
I
document
is
says.
officially over.
Okay, guys, that's
Yes.
Dave, can I make a recommendation? How about just go offline for a few moments, read the document, report back.
Well, you could have done that before you came.
Guys,
I read most of the document.
We can all assume, even though we don't speak Arabic, that it's indeed the days of the week. He went into this room in the Shifa hospital and with a camera going through different rooms, pointing at different things, and he made this mistake, okay? He made this mistake so anyone can see it. I believe that if the intention was to manipulate and assuming that there are enough people in the IDF or in Israel that speak Arabic, we would have either not showed the document to the entire world or fabricated it. I think it's very obvious to anyone with like a grain of I don't want. It's very obvious it was a mistake. Suggesting otherwise is stupid. And I will tell you another thing that even if the entire clip was without this calendar, it would be the exact same. It would be the exact same clip. This is what we're showing you in the Shiva hospital. You just found this point to try to delegitimize the entire story. And no, it was a stupid mistake. That's why I say not just a mistake, a stupid one. And that's the thing I would have mentioned.
You don't even know if it was a mistake. You have to look at the document.
One more
there's nothing special about it. It is a calendar which has the days of the week in Arabic that are highlighted in yellow or just crossed over in yellow, whatever. And the important thing is what is the title of the document, okay? But this thing they did translate when they're kind of debunking.
What does it say?
The title of the document says the Al-Aqsa flood, October 7th. So what is the Al-Aqsa flood?
That was the attack on October 7th.
Exactly. So why was the name of the document Al-Aqsa flood and then the date October 7th?
It's a good point. It was underneath the hospital. Yeah, great point. So they lied. So they lied in order to accuse us of lying. And Friday, you played along with it. You were suckered into their lies.
Vance, thank you for the input. I didn't know this because I don't read Arabic.
Well, I saw the debunking videos, and they specifically, on the debunking videos, they said, yes, it says Al-Aqsa flood.
Can you send me the link to that video? Because I'm trying to zoom into all aspects of the document and the resolution is blurry. Can you send me that video that says the title?
If you could read Hebrew.
It's from France News, I-24, something like that. Yeah, sure.
Maybe ask ChatGPT.
You could. It's not that hard to read.
Ask ChatGPT. I'm sure that he will be able to tell you exactly what the document
I'm
says.
trying to, but the ChatGPT is hallucinating and mixing
It's
up.
okay, we don't need to hear the details of your relationship with ChatGPT, so you can obfuscate some more. So the more we look at it, the more we
The
see.
ceasefire is over.
The more we look, keep trying to think. The more we look at it, the more we see that calling it a liar manipulation is in fact itself a liar manipulation, which is typical, and I'm not speaking of you here, Fadi, typical of what the other side does. They project their lies onto us. They say they want to commit a genocide, so they accuse us of genocide. They practice apartheid. There are no Jews in their land, and they accuse us of apartheid. They accuse us of stealing land, and they come and steal our land. Every single thing that they're doing is a projection. Every single thing they accuse us of is a projection of what they're doing. And this is a great example. I'm glad you brought us this example, Fadi. Here's a document that says Al-Aqsa flood in the hospital. It's being used as a command and control center for Hamas. And your only response is, oh, the Jews are being manipulative.
And the latest is them using starvation as a weapon of war, as we saw with the hostages.
Guys, every day there will be someone like straight taking turn, come and waste your time, right? And come and say something ridiculous, and then you'll waste our looking for a way to debate, and you'll enjoy about it. But the whole point is you do not know what is the motive that every day someone like Fadi come here, there's a bigger problem coming, and you'll miss it just like October 7th.
I'm still,
Okay, so this is far, like Daniel said, why are we still doing this after over 80 days? Because the next October 7th is coming, and Fadi are here to make sure you don't see it, right? So what is the next October 7th?
Hey Dave, you know nothing.
Again, someone
Dave.
like Fadi will never be discussed, and he doesn't care whether he reads or not. He just wants to be and if you are moderator, just make sure he go off stage so we can discuss what is the next October 7th. Make it off stage. You will disrupt me every time.
The next what does that mean? The next one? What does that mean?
Dave,
Make sure you go off stage because you will interrupt me every single
Okay,
second.
so let's pretend.
Okay, I want to go one at a time.
What is the next one?
He means that they're going to attack us again and do that same thing of taking hostages.
It's very dangerous what Dave is doing right now. He's
Fadi, you know what's dangerous, Fadi?
directly.
What's dangerous is you
It's
interrupting.
very
What's
dangerous.
dangerous is you interrupting people, Fadi, and you've been warned a bunch of times. You didn't have to do it. You lied on the stage. You interrupted. You can just take turns. Dave, explain what you mean by the next October 7th. What do you
No,
mean?
I explain why you've associated me as promoting the next October 7th. Go ahead.
I did not say you are associated with next October 7th, but you are typical Muslim, pro-Palestine, pro-Hamas.
He's not Muslim,
Like
he's Christian.
What a fucking idiot. Go keep going.
Okay, so the next next big problem coming is Iran. They will be running out of water in a couple of weeks. And do you 90 million people running out of water there? And the Shia and the Sunni will not do anything. They will repeat the problems. And where do they go? And that is the far more important problem.
That's actually not an issue.
Hey, nobody interrupt, man. Let one person speak. When that person's done, the next person speaks. And the speakers, please try to keep it to a minimum of a maximum of a minute to a minute and a half.
Yeah, I'm done with 1 minute.
Okay, I'm going to ignore everything Dave's just said. I found a tweet that appears to be from the IDF. Avja Adre. He said it was at Yeah, he said in his tweet it was at Al Rantisi Hospital, not Al Shifa.
What is it?
The calendar.
Okay. You found a tweet. In other words, they have no point.
Well, no, hold on a second. We like.
Do you have a point?
What's your point? Okay, I'm going to give you. Well, it does matter. It does matter.
Do you have a point?
I can stop talking.
You have a point.
Are you going to continue to do that?
Should we call the New York Times?
You have a point.
Norm, we should get the New York Times on your street dial. Go ahead.
Dave, how?
I'm having trouble understanding you.
Yeah, David, try.
Guys, it becomes an echo chamber when people start interrupting and start antagonizing the speakers. Let them speak. They're not going to agree with everything they have to say.
Okay, I don't want for any more of this bullshit obfuscation. It was 40 babies, no, it was 39. It was this hospital, it was that hospital. It happened 2 years ago. The New York Times published a detailed pitch battle that they fought in the same location. They used hospitals as command and control centers. If anybody disputes that, we can have that conversation. Okay, that they're using civilian institutions and buildings as military bases in order to make Israel shoot at them so they can say, oh, you hit a hospital, you hit a mosque, you hit a kindergarten. Reason being that they fire rockets from there or they have military people there. If anybody disputes that, then let's have that conversation because that's what we're talking about here. Not whether the calendar said March or April. Somebody just came in and said it's an Al-Aqsa flood on it. Okay? The most brutal terror attack since the Holocaust on Jews. And there are people here by arguing over whether it says the month of June or the month of March or whatever, they're arguing somehow the details to obfuscate the fact that this happened.
But
According to one person here,
Shapeshifter has all the time in the world to apparently pull up random little X quotes from some IDF soldier that he doesn't post a link. Shapeshifter, why do you waste everybody's time here, and why do you waste your own time doing this?
That's what they do every day.
obfuscation. Deliberate
I'm just
obfuscation.
trying to figure out. Hey, Norm, would you like me to leave the room?
Why?
Please.
No, don't leave, guys. I'm sick and tired of being around people that talk only
Why
about
would
the
you
same
leave
thing.
the room, Fatty?
I'm just wondering, like, because
Why
every
would you
time I
leave the
talk, you just interrupted.
Why would you leave? Well, because you're interrupting. Why would you? Are you interrupting?
Again, you're not making any points. You're just being a pathetic little child, Shapeshifter. Why don't you say something
Don't attack him
interesting?
personally, please. Don't attack him personally.
Oh, thank you, Norm. Ceasefire's back on. Okay, so I thought it was important to explore which hospital.
Wow. Okay. Whatever. I don't want to keep going down this road. I don't think you deny, and I don't deny, and no one can deny that Hamas uses hospitals as military assets. If you deny that, we can have that conversation.
I want to know. I want to ask you a question, Shape. Why do you think it's important?
Ceasefire's back on, guys. Congratulations.
What's that?
Why do people have this tendency to fucking interrupt with this stupid little rhetoric? Stop, man. Fucking trolling is like a fucking disease. Stop interrupting people.
All right. So, number one, I assume Fadi did not deny that Hamas uses hospitals.
Could I respond?
Well, you don't deny it. If you
Can I
deny it,
respond?
respond. If you don't deny it, just stay quiet.
I agree that Hamas does use some hospitals as command centers.
Okay, so you didn't have to respond, as I said. So that's the only thing that we're talking about here. We're not talking about what the calendar says.
Kitover or the other one that you mentioned, Al-Rimfi or whatever it is. And when you start to get lost in the details like that, it's deliberate. As Dave was saying before, in order to obfuscate the bigger point, that they do this to weaponize our humanity, to draw our fire so they can point to the world and say, look at how bad the Jews are. And Fadi, I'm sorry, you participated in this. You do it on a regular basis, and that's why I lost patience with you, despite your reasonable tone. Yes, you have a reasonable tone, and yes, you're a Lebanese Christian, so you're caught in the middle between two opposing forces. An army that wants to wipe you out, frankly, which is Hezbollah, and an army that wants to prevent that army from wiping you out and wiping us out, and that's the IDF. But your positions are problematic, Fadi. Like wanting a terror organization to join the Lebanese army. That's problematic. And by, regularly going into Amir's room and mocking Jews. When you go into Amir's room and mock Jews, that's bad, Fadi. It's anti-Semitic. I don't know why you do it. You seem like a nice guy, but you also seem like you hate Jews. And the stuff that you say and do contributes to Jews dying. And that's where Daniel was coming from. We don't like it when you contribute to Jews dying. I'll land it there.
Okay, thank you. May I respond? Okay, great. A lot of things said there, Norm. I would never accuse you of hating Arabs. I'll never do that. I've got too much respect for you, and in moments where you've shown...
That's called a straw man. That's called a straw man.
Hey, Bibi,
Okay, so what is your point?
Bibi, should I keep dealing with this, or what do you think, man? One Torontonian to another, Bibi, should I just hunker down?
No, stay and do your thing, guys. Honestly.
Ooh, is BB your daddy or something? Go ahead and state your position.
That bullshit right there.
Just answer the question, bro.
Try
Is BB
coffee
your
instead
daddy?
of vodka. It's barely noon. Jesus. Okay.
Go on mute for a while. You don't need to hear your personal attack. Yeah. No, he's right though. David keeps fucking interrupting. You need to stop that.
Norm, you said he was slurring. I was riding your wave.
Okay, go ahead. What is your point?
Again, David, stop, man. You're dishonest, baby.
I was rising.
You're dishonest, buddy.
That was a Freudian slip.
You're dishonest.
I sensed it.
No, I misspoke.
Okay, so let's kind of go at this. I would never accuse Norm of hating all Arabs.
That's a straw man.
But here he's accused me of Jew hate.
I accuse you of Jew hate.
I've got many close Jewish friends.
That doesn't matter.
David, shut the fuck up. That's it, David. You've been working. Honestly, so dumb.
I've spent hours and hours bonding,
Well, they should know that you hate them. Maybe we should warn them.
cracking jokes with many Zionists.
Maybe we should warn them.
on this app. Some of them are in this room. So Norm, I want you to reflect on.
You know what I'm reflecting on? I'm reflecting on your dishonesty.
Why
do you
I
hate
want you to reflect on whether your
why do you go into
villainization
the Jew-hating room
of
or every
me
meeting
is
that participated in
is
Jew hate?
spreading.
Buddy, why do you go into the Jew-hate room every day and laugh along with them and mock the Jews? Why do you do that?
I know your feelings are hurt, Norm.
No, they're not hurt.
So, okay,
Well,
now the second thing you said,
Anti-Semitism.
Norm,
Uh-huh.
we're in a ceasefire, so careful, it's a delicate one.
Uh-huh.
The second thing
Wait,
you
what do you
said,
think? What ceasefire do you mean?
You and I.
Well, whatever. I have the same relationship with people either way. I don't have any. We don't have a formal agreement.
Wow,
And I don't think that you're threatening me is making your case stronger. Be careful.
Okay, so that was actually good. I give you points for that one. Okay, so the
I
second
get points for the whole thing, buddy.
you're actually super funny. So the second, I know. The second thing you said, amongst a lot of things, was that the Hezbollah is trying to destroy me or destroy.
Yes.
So I've been to Lebanon many times. I've lived there. I took my wife there actually. For
relevant details to
For context.
Give it a relevant detail.
My
Who
wife.
cares? He's telling his story, man. Fuck. That's not what this is. No, but it's semantics that you're getting aggravated at. Who cares, Norm? Honestly, brother. Aggravated is semantics.
I took her
aggravated is an obfuscation technique, which
because they all also happen, some of them, to be great tourist sites. Beautiful.
They're a
sites.
terror group. You disagree?
The neighborhoods I took her to had huge posters.
Hezbollah is a terror group.
Yes, Hezbollah is a terror group.
Okay,
That's
all we need to know.
The neighborhoods I took her to.
That's it. Are you against the terror? Guys, let him speak. Honestly, Norm, we need to learn to let him. I don't need you to moderate me.
The neighborhood.
But bro, all you do is create a fucking echo chamber. You're not here to moderate me.
The neighborhoods I took her to were very densely populated Hezbollah strongholds.
They're a terror group. Be proud of yourself.
I didn't take her.
You already said that.
I didn't
I'm
take
gonna
her.
keep repeating it.
Why?
What for? That's the problem. People need moderation.
BB, the echo chamber brag who tries to create an echo chamber.
Cross around my neck, open and showing. A big, fat, beautiful.
Okay, you had a nice anecdote. Thank you, Patty.
Okay.
Nice anecdote.
And when we got off
You
the
don't have
tour,
to keep going.
when we got off the tour bus,
Okay, why are you telling us this story?
the first thing
Why
I encountered,
are you telling this story? You're wasting our time.
the first thing I encountered was
Patty, enough.
there was a
There's
case.
something else better to do. You're on Clubhouse on a Saturday morning. Enough. I have many better things to do. It's enough. Let him speak. The whole interest. No, I'm not, and I don't want you to interrupt me.
The kid tried to sell me a I Heart
Whatever.
hat.
Fine.
I didn't buy the hat.
Walk among them.
I didn't buy the hat. And I walked around promoting the fact that I was Christian, telling the people that I'm introducing my Canadian wife to the country that I love. At no moment in time did anybody try and kill me. No one. Not a single.
It's a silly thing you just said.
Not a single.
You got away with the terror group.
So Norm said they were trying to kill you.
That's correct.
And yet I was completely.
So let me ask you a question, Shay.
Yes,
So
yeah.
I have a lot of Armenian friends that used to go back to Lebanon, and they had to, when they would arrive in the airport, they had to hand in their passports, and the police had to be notified that they were there because they were Christian. And they had to basically say where they were going to be because their lives were at threat.
No, man, that just doesn't happen.
I
go to.
It does.
It happens, but it's just.
You're in denial.
What year was this?
You're in denial. So the early, like 2000s, 2010, 2015 was the last time my friend was there, and he said that he was fearful of his life.
Now, what I've gone there so many times, so I've my entire family's always going down there.
So are you saying that it's safe?
No, it's radical.
Is it safe?
It's no. Is it safe like Toronto,
Ontario?
Ontario?
Is it safe for Christians?
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Absolutely.
Except they murder Christians. Other than that, fine.
Absolutely safe.
He took his wife around. He didn't buy a hat. Aren't you guys listening to his story?
Thank you, John. Thank you.
Yeah, but it's because they never asked him to buy a t-shirt.
It's thank you.
This is like
recognize John. John, thank you for your empathy.
It's not empathy. I'm actually making fun of you for wasting your time and everybody else's time. Thank you very little. Thank you very little.
Thank you.
Fadi, what is the population of Christians are going to be zero in Lebanon? What are you guys going to be totally out and run away and go to Western societies?
Is that a question or something that you want to happen? I just want to confirm whether you're promoting genocide. Go ahead.
Up and coming, right? Your population has started decreasing drastically.
Is that a desire or a question, Bruce?
Not really a question. You want to know?
Okay. The answer is that will never happen.
Has it been declining?
Yes, it has.
Let me ask you a question, Shapeshifter. What would it take for you to join the Jews and be a friend and an ally and support the Jews 100%?
That's a great question. That is a phenomenal question. It actually,
I want you to think about that, Shay. Hang on.
Should I do the 10
I'm
seconds?
going to read you a few facts about the Christians in Lebanon.
Should I do a 10?
Apparently you're in some denial. No, hang
By
on.
the way, I do consider
No, Bonnie, I'm
myself
going
an
to
ally.
sit down if you interrupt me. Fine. Understand? Great. Okay. Persecution and fear. Christians in Lebanon reportedly feel like second-class citizens who live in fear of persecution as Hezbollah's influence expands within the country. I didn't write this. This is from ChatGPT. Violence and harassment. Reports of violence and harassment against Christians in areas influenced by Hezbollah exist, according to the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. assassinations. Hezbollah is suspected of assassinating opponents, including members of Christian political parties. Displacement. Clashes between Hezbollah and Israeli forces have led to the displacement of thousands of Christians in southern Lebanon, forcing many families to flee their homes. While some may downplay, Fadi, we're talking to you here, the threat of Hezbollah poses to Christians, the evidence suggests that the group's actions contribute to a climate of fear and insecurity for Christian communities in Lebanon. Hezbollah's operations have been observed to put Christian areas at risk of retaliatory strikes by Israel. So there's an actual answer that doesn't have to do with buying a hat with somebody that you love. It's a real engagement with the question.
May I respond?
You don't need to.
Is that a yes or a no?
You don't need to.
Okay, so I'll respond.
Say something. No, you're not reading the room now. You're supposed to be diplomatic. Instead of that, why don't you add something to the conversation? Hezbollah is a terrorist group. We both agree that they should go away. You want them integrated.
Yes, I do. I want them to lay down their arms. And I want exactly what the president of Lebanon wants.
Great.
Which is no institution or group carries arms in Lebanon other than the Lebanese army.
Right.
I don't want to
be occupied by
the last 20 years. I wish we could hear you guys talk about it. We Lebanese have failed, and we have failed. I agree with you, Daniel. I'm very critical of Lebanese society and the Lebanese. I want nothing more than peace with Israel. I honestly do. I want nothing more than peace with Israel.
You've even changed somebody defeated Hezbollah. You've changed your tone.
No.
Yeah. You used to say that you wanted Hezbollah to join the Lebanese army.
Hezbollah never should have attacked Israel at any moments other than when the IDF had occupied southern Lebanon. All other attacks are completely unjustified.
I'm sorry, when the IDF was in Lebanon, why do you support the fucking terror group that is taking advantage and spreading like cancer in your country instead of having your Lebanese army deal with this?
Because the Lebanese army was effectively dissolved. The Lebanese army was not allowed to carry munitions of a certain grade. Which is a problem.
They operated above the Lusani River, which in violation of the agreement.
The Lebanese army engaging with Hezbollah would have returned us to a civil war that caused me to leave the country.
So your decisions have consequences, and when you allow and you even justify a terror group using your land to attack, you cannot then cry while Israel is occupying. Yes, we are occupying because you're not doing your job of keeping those jihadi terrorists away from our borders, so we have to do it. If you want to ensure the sovereignty of your own country, we don't have to do it.
Well, Daniel, it's not that simple. What somebody's saying is correct. The thing is, Lebanon is also occupied. You can understand this. There's nothing Lebanese they can do.
Right, I'm just saying that you're taking it out of context, like they like to do. Israel is occupying.
Would you like me to criticize a number of things that Lebanon's done?
Shapeshifter, do you think it's fair?
To be honest, because you say that Israel was occupying Lebanon without pointing out that you let the PLO there, one of the worst terror groups in human history, you let them occupy your country, and then from that, you let them attack Israel. So we had to go in there and get rid of them. You let that part out.
Shapeshifter.
Why did you leave that out?
Because he's a narcissist. His wife doesn't even know it.
Let him speak. You can learn a thing or two about Lebanon. Trust me.
How long are you going to center him, though? That's the point. How long are you going to continue to center him?
Hey, I'm a big Zionist. He hasn't said anything that's incorrect so far. Let him speak.
Well,
okay, John, if you'd like to be the center of attention.
I'm not asking to be the center. I'm just wondering, do you think it's fair for you to be the center of attention for over an hour? And does that make you a narcissist?
It's not fair. So I'd like to stop the injustice. Go ahead, John. You've got the room.
And I would like to be the center of attention, please.
so Friday, how come when you said that Israel occupied?
I would, you know.
It's very dishonestly, Friday.
I would love to have a beer with you.
Yeah, well, great. Friday, it's very dishonest. You'd be a great guy to hang out. Friday, very dishonestly, you say, oh, Israel occupied southern Lebanon, without mentioning that we went there to
situation.
But why didn't you mention that?
Because part of me wanted to control how long I go back into history, and I suppose the other part of me wanted to maintain some high ground in the debate. So
what is the high ground that you get from it?
You've called me on it, and I'm accepting it. And let's go down history.
Wait, Fadi, don't you think the reason is because you were in an anti-Israel room, so you wanted to add fuel to the anti-Israel fire?
No.
Well, how come everything you said was anti-Israel in the anti-Israel room?
Actually, that's not true. I do believe Israel's gone too far. Do you want to talk about?
What?
On a number of occasions.
Well, I'm asking
in the number.
Well, name the top one. What's the top one?
The number of Palestinian deaths.
Okay, where?
This is Hamas, not on us. In Hamas, like, why are we blaming Israel for this?
So in most wars, do you try to minimize the number of deaths? Is that how you fight a war? Or do you try to maximize it?
It's a decent way to fight a war.
Israel is doing whatever they can to minimize, or Hamas is doing everything to maximize. It's weird to me that if you really care for the Palestinians, you are like gaslighting them.
Well, no, I said 10 minutes ago,
the responsibility of the Palestinians is on the Palestinians.
Okay,
Not on us. We can end it tomorrow.
Okay, I agree that all the hostages should be released. I agree.
Great, but they're not. But I understand we all agree with this, that they haven't done that. And because they are not, and we all agree that they must be released, and it doesn't go with asking, unfortunately.
I agree that there are problems.
Yeah, but it's fine. Like you say you agree, but you realize that the complications when you deal with somebody who has hostages. Realize. So like, how can you?
So I agree that there's huge problems in Lebanese society and Palestinian society that have caused the problems that we have today in the Middle East. You know, it's just not even debatable. And I think.
Yeah, but
okay.
At the end of the day,
is you're saying that there are too many deaths, but still the Palestinians, which obviously don't think like you, because they could say, okay, too much death, here are your hostages, back, we're putting down our guns. So maybe you think it's too much, for them it's not too much. And if you have any complaints, you shouldn't present it to us when we are fighting something that you said is completely 100% justified.
Yeah, Daniel,
if you ask the person on the ground, like in Gaza, they would say like, we just want the end to the war. We just want to live, right? That's their prerogative, right? But what's stopping that? It's not Israel that's stopping that. It's Hamas.
So what I don't get is like he says that he already agrees that Hamas is a problem, right? Which is obviously good, but then he should also understand that Israel has every right and also it's their obligation to eliminate the threat. So the question is like, why would you expect Israel? What would you expect Israel to do when a terror group that slaughters civilians, kidnaps children, hides behind schools?
It's not a problem.
No, but if his answer is, well, it shouldn't be like this, then he needs to offer an alternative, because until he does, what he's really saying is that Israel should just let Hamas operate freely, which is not moral stance. That's not cowardice. So he needs to explain better what the alternative should be.
The government of Gaza, like that's their prerogative. Like they're the person that should like let's not forget, like the people that they voted in to represent the people of Gaza are the people.
Yo, David, I hate to break it to you, man, but you need some serious help, dude. You can't keep coming on this app stumbling your words. You sound totally inebriated, David. You need to get some professional help, dude.
I agree with John said. I think that's his opinion.
But I agree with Lou about his opinion in my book, but I agree with John about his opinion on David.
I think that's his prerogative,
I think
respectfully.
it's your prerogative to say it.
I'm not going to answer that.
I mean, David, why don't you like get off a clown house and stop doing this to yourself? I mean, coming on here and mumbling is the opposite of what you're supposed to do on this app, which is to have clear and effective communication, David. It's a beautiful Saturday. What you're doing to yourself is madness.
Not too much.
Come on, John. Kitover.
Listen, I'm just trying to put some information in David's head so maybe somebody says something to him which is actually meaningful as opposed to placating him and letting him just go on and on and on and interrupt your room and mumble and stumble and interrupt nonstop. Moderators should be ashamed of themselves for even allowing David to do this because you actually enable him to do this.
Oh, Nuha's here. How you doing, Bobo?
Yeah, I just want to know what his alternative is. Like, what does he think Israel should be doing? Like, what does he, you know, if he's going to criticize Israel, like, hold on, let me answer, I'll finish. If he's going to, well, you can
continue to ask it. It's a good question.
Yeah, you can continue to keep quiet and let me ask my question. Yeah, well, it is, because if you criticize Israel's response, but you offer literally no fucking alternative, then you need to offer one before you can say something. Because I think deep down, you know, there isn't one. There's no clean way. Clean way. That's the key word, clean. To fight a terror group that hides behind civilians. So what the fuck is your alternative then? If you want to criticize, what the fuck is your alternative?
I would love to hear Shape's answer to Tobias's question, but if you don't want to answer Shape, I could try to answer Tobias's question.
I'm happy to answer because he's asking a very relevant question.
Excuse my language, Robert, but yeah, please answer.
No, it's okay, man. It's okay. It's all good. And by the way, John, like, kudos to you to try helping David out. So, I think the techniques in terms of the size of the munitions, the size of the bombs, I think that they should revisit the tactics.
But in what specific way was his question?
Well, less powerful bombs.
Can I offer one and you tell me if you agree with it?
Sure.
So what I think the pro-Palestinian people would like to see, I think that they envision that there's like a Hamas stronghold somewhere where the Hamas people are hiding out, maybe in the tunnels. And they envision the Israeli army like walking past the Palestinian civilians who are the innocent ones. And then they're going to infiltrate the tunnels and then they're going to shoot with a gun or ideally arrest without killing these Hamas terrorists. Is that what you would like to see? Is that like a good vision?
No, like, I guess, unfortunately, war, is too complicated, right? So it's a tough thing that the IDF is trying to do. I'll acknowledge that. It's not easy.
Right, and there's a problem with the scenario that I presented, which is, I mean, the main problem is that you're going to expect this hypothetical Israeli army is going to walk through into the tunnels and then get the bad guys who are hiding in the tunnels. But we're not acknowledging the reality that there are bad guys hiding from the windows and there are bad guys pretending to be civilians.
No, I'm acknowledging that.
But then that's why they drop bombs. That's how they drop bombs, because they don't want to walk on foot. Take a chance. Right, everywhere's IEDs, so they don't want to walk through the road. They're just gonna fucking drop a bomb. It's 2025. We got bombs.
Yeah, but like, let's take an example, right? When Osama bin Laden was in the compound, the U.S. did not drop a massive bunker buster on the compound.
Yeah, the problem is that there are
one man.
Don't scale shape. But that's one building,
one man,
guy.
Okay, it's just an example to try.
Well, it is a good
It's a
example.
bad example. We're talking about a war in a urban welfare where Hamas embeds itself in every part of Gaza.
Yeah.
Right,
It's not a bad example.
it's a fine example, but it's only one man. So
I agreed, of course.
So, but the problem with Hamas is it's thousands and thousands.
I know. It's
and
a very complex, non-trivial situation. I still do think that the size of the munitions and bombs being used.
Well, I hear you there, but what's the alternative? The alternative.
Oh, that's interesting. And just your like a military experience, I have understanding ammunitions. And you know the fact of which munition fell where, and what is the reason that it fell there? I have a few other points. I think the siege was too aggressive. So that's the second point.
Well, we've heard that, but it's not a response to Tobias's question, which is what's
Well,
the
no, I'm
alternative to the
giving
aggressive
alternatives.
revisit.
Is it too aggressive? Is it too aggressive or is it too aggressive enough?
Actually,
There was a siege, and despite the siege, you talking about the blockade or the siege? Hey, Tobias, can I take a minute to respond to your question without interruptions, or would you prefer everyone interrupted me?
I mean, I think I'd like to respond to your bombs idea.
I haven't finished. You brought up.
Okay. Alright, so yeah,
a minute or we
go ahead. You spent 5 minutes to talk about 20 different
1 minute.
points. Go ahead, yeah.
I'm surprised you guys are still like centering this. This is like 2 hours this has been going on.
Okay,
I haven't been here for these.
I'll stop responding to the questions directed to me.
No, I'd like to hear the response.
Okay, so the first thing is reducing the size of the munitions and being a bit more tactical with the strategy. The second thing is being a bit more proactive around ensuring that the children and women have food. The third thing is being more aggressive with the peace negotiations. So those are 3 things.
Those are 3 good things, but to all 3 things, I would love you to, if you could, expand on specifics. Let me try to remember the 3 things. Increase peace negotiations. How specifically? Reduce the deaths of women and children. How specifically? And what was the first point? Something about like more precise munitions, but how specifically?
So let me just use fewer words. First thing is less powerful bombs.
But how specifically? With using a rifle?
No, just rather than like a bomb is based on the target. If you need to go and destroy like a tunnel system, you use a strong bomb. If you need to like this is why I said military experience. Every single ammunition that drops in Gaza goes through a series of approval, including by the way legal, to make sure that the target and the munition and the anchor and the intelligence fit. Yes, there are mistakes, obviously it's war. But just saying like use like softer blows, I don't think that you understand what war is. We have a goal, and the faster we achieve the goal, the better. I mean, I've got some first-hand experience in war. So what do you mean about softer or like less powerful munition? Why? You need to understand if it's written there, like using munition that is too powerful for the intended goal, but I don't think you know for each munition that is dropped what is the intended goal of the target.
Yeah, I want to say to Shay, I think like you don't send soldiers into a heavily like fortified, booby-trapped urban war zone on Earth and say, hey guys, let's scale down the firepower so it looks better on TV. That's not how it works, man. Israel is targeting like underground bunkers, like tunnels, right? They've been like intentionally put there by Hamas. A small bomb means you'll fail to destroy that, or you have to hit it like multiple times. That's literally. I don't think you understand how warfare works.
I do. I've lived in one.
And how can you say something as dumb as how can you say something as stupid as they should have smaller bombs?
Or when you hit a munition stock or like warehouse with munition, shift that 1 second. Shift them. When you throw a small bomb into a munition storage, okay, where they hold rockets, there would be big explosion even if I use like a very small detonator. You do understand why? When you move weapons everywhere in Gaza, let's say there's a building that is completely like booby trap, why would we send like a smaller bomb, crash the entire building, destroy the fuck out of this building? But we, as you know, evacuate the population. This is why 75% of Gaza is conquered, and you have 50,000 deaths or 60,000 out of them, about half are Hamas, showing the IDF is being very careful, despite Hamas's attempts to maximize civilian casualties.
Yeah, I also want to point out, sorry, I just want to say that, what happens if you miss? You hit the wrong part of the building, you'll cause only a little bit of destruction instead of entire neutralization, which means that the Hamas fighters might survive, the commanders could get away, the weapons might be recovered. So you got all these problems. So you start using weaker ammunition. So then Israel has to come back and hit the same target again and again and again. And this time with troops on the ground. Because that's what would happen, right? The troops would be on the ground that time, which puts its own soldiers at greater. This is what I'm saying. I don't think you fully understand how warfare works.
I mean, I don't think any of us are deep military experts. I think that criticize.
Well, some of us. Some people there are.
I want to ask you a different question. Do you want Israel to win this war?
That's an interesting question. I would like Hamas defeated.
Do you want Israel to win this war? Nobody else is fighting them.
Can't you just say yes if you want Hamas to be defeated?
Everybody know that you are supporting both of them. Like it's very hard for you to just say yes, I want Israel to win. Winning meaning getting our hostages back and demilitarizing the state, which you are all supporting.
Every Western civilization has Hamas as a terrorist organization. Why would you support them?
He didn't support that.
Yeah.
I'd like to give up.
David, wait a second. Do you want Israel to win this war, buddy?
If that means that the Palestinians have a free autonomous state.
No, it doesn't mean that. It means the objective of the war.
I'd like Hamas to defeated.
What a waste of time.
To the war, okay? One is to release the hostages. Second one is to demilitarize the street. Do you support those goals? And you hope that Israel will be able to achieve them? Yes or no? We're not talking about anything like a Palestinian state. That is not an objective of the war.
Okay.
Regardless.
So,
But you're in a
sound bites are important. We got people that actively recording these rooms. So I support there's an important caveat I'd like to point out before I answer. There's a caveat that was following, so for all people that might be recording this room, just note that. Okay, and get ready for your editing techniques.
Wow, you're gonna make some big genius point.
I support.
No, he's doing it because they're actually doing it. I now heard that someone is, I don't know, spreading something that I said, which I actually never said, but they're saying, and it's not that they said that I said it, so, which is not true, by the way.
Exactly. So, Hamas should be defeated. Okay.
Yeah.
Second, there should. To your point, Israel, right?
Okay. So Hamas should be defeated by Israel. Okay.
Okay. Second, I do support a temporary.
So number one, I say yes. What's number two?
I do support a.
No, please, let him answer.
I do support a temporary demilitarization of the area, followed by
What does that mean, man?
followed by
Of the area of the strip, not the strip, you mean?
of the strip, yes. Followed by a genuine effort to help the Palestinians stand up on their feet, including having their own military.
Again, but that's not the objective of the war.
already.
The objective of the war and creating a Palestinian authority or autonomy is not an objective of the war. Okay, the objective of the war, you've made a mistake, not.
With all due respect, have you seen the street?
Daniel, I would like to play by the rules that you set down, and some of them are nuanced, right? So just trying to pin me on everything being binary, I can't do that where the nuance is important. So I do. It's right to go to the third point.
It's not nuance. It's not nuance.
It's nuance.
No, it's not nuance. It's not. Dude, I will repeat it again for you. Maybe it's nuance. Maybe I don't know what. There are two objectives to the war declared on October 8th. One, getting our hostages back, and two, demilitarizing Gaza Strip. If we achieve this, Israel achieve the goal, meaning they won the war. And now you're saying, I want also like $1 million for every Palestinian, and you're adding demands. Those are not, I'm not negotiating. I'm asking you if you support. No, it's not nuance because you are not. You're not the decision. You're not the decision maker. Who's talking? Hold on 1 second. It's not nuance. You are not a person that makes any decisions here because Israel. That's correct. Israel declared the war. Not you, not me. Israel declared the goals of the war. Israel, if they achieve the goals that they set, it will be considered a win. And Normo asked you if you support Israel winning the war that they declared, not what you want the war to be, not what I want the war to be, not even what Normo that asked the question wants to be. Do you want Israel to achieve the goals that they set up to this war? Those two goals. Not what you imagine, not $1 million for the Palestinian or whatever you want. Those two goals. Because this is what we decided. And when we say we Israel, and we declare the war, not you. Sorry, dudes.
You're right.
Shay, are you even listening to yourself? You want Hamas destroyed, and then you want the Gazans to be rearmed with military weapons. That's what he just said. Are you listening to yourself? And do you know how stupid that is?
So, I can't answer the questions the way they're posed because I don't want to give the person the soundbite that that's going to.
Believe me, nobody cares about your soundbite. Hate to break it to you, self-centered narcissist.
Okay, so Hamas should be defeated. There should be.
Whoa! How dare you? How dare you?
Just like in all many wars of this nature, there's often a cycle of demilitarization followed by a genuine effort
to rearm them with military weapons.
The good people.
So you support Israel achieving their war goals.
I support the demilitarization, the temporary demilitarization, and the defeat of Hamas.
Sheikh, I'm wondering why is it so hard for you? Is it like because you're so much in like places like Amir's room and all these like hateful places, supporting something that you see as moral, justified, legal? It's physically hard for you to pronounce the word yes. I am fully 100% support the legitimate, legal, humane, and moral objectives that Israel set up for the war. And I'm 100% behind it because you know what? You are. This is why I even try with you. Because I do sense that there is humanity or morality there, but you are so wrapped up in this fake world of like propaganda and hate that it's normalized to just be against Israel, even if you fully support it, which you do.
I said I'd have a beer with you, maybe two now after that. So, okay. The reason is because
Daniel's taken. Don't hit on him.
I know, unfortunately. I'm also taken and very straight.
He has a husband.
Very straight, but
I agree with that.
Guys, I still have eyes. Yes, I have a husband.
You do? Oh,
but I still have eyes.
But he's still open. He's that.
I said eyes. I didn't say all. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So because the reason I'm not answering yes to the question being posed is because of the recording and the out of context stuff.
Oh, I want to sound like you support Israel. I get it.
No, but there's other things in there that you inserted. Like, I don't believe Israel's being completely moral in the way they're approaching that.
No, again, I don't want that stuff. Remember my no tolerance to bullshit. I'm also very accurate with the choices of the words, even though English is not my first language. I said the objective of the war, okay, which are to demilitarize Hamas and bring back our hostages. Do you support it? That is my question. Not the conduct, not anything that you added. And I'm agreeing with you because I do think that you are 100% fully on board and you believe that it's moral, justified, legal, and humane to be supportive of the objective of the war. For some reason, I understand why, by the way, 100%. It's hard for you to acknowledge it. Because it's Israel.
No, not because it's Israel. But yes, those are two of quite a few decent objectives that need to be thought together. And those are only objectives. And that's where I have a problem, right? Because
no, you don't have the problem. You are trying to. It's hard. But say, please, again, not with me. Please Google, take a break, Google the objective of the war. They will declare numerous defeated time.
You've accurately stated.
And I'm asking you if you support, and by the way, as us as Israeli society, this is also what we know. This is what the IDF knows. So even if someone said something or thinks something, that is not an actual objective of the war. And this is what we're fighting for. And this is when we will stop fighting. And I'm asking if you support the objectives and the goals of the war.
So he says he wants Hamas to be defeated, right? But then again, he can't actually bring himself to say Israel should win, which doesn't make any sense. Because if he really believes that Hamas
exactly,
let me finish what I'm trying to say. If you really believe Hamas is a terrorist group that needs to be taken down, then you should.
A terrorist group. There's no debate on that.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying from his perspective, then he should have absolutely no problem supporting a side that's actually fighting.
Well, I agree with David.
Let me just finish my paragraph, yeah? But instead, what he and many others try to do is sit on the fence, basically. They condemn Hamas with, condemning Hamas with like one hand, while refusing to support Israel with the other, right? That's not what a balanced viewpoint is. That's just that's literally avoiding the hard truth. Like, he can't claim to want a terror group defeated and then stay silent when like one military side is capable of doing.
I agree with David.
No, you're wrong. The reason why you're wrong is because like
his opinion is his opinion. It can't be wrong. You can disagree with it, but that's
not why he thinks I'm wrong.
It would be wrong, actually.
Okay, with all due respect, I disagree with your opinion. Because
I agree with David.
The
Cool, I'm wrong because it's my opinion. Why don't you actually explain why I'm wrong? We can argue.
Okay, you know what? You're being very combative, and I choose not to.
Running away, guys.
I agree with David. Let the record show that I agree with David.
Hey, I think Dave won that one, guys. He's refusing to argue.
I would just like to also say that the moderators, you should be ashamed of yourselves for even letting David come on stage. That's my opinion.
I apologize. He's a great guy.
Yeah, he's a great guy, drunk on a Saturday morning on a Shabbos, interrupting every single sentence, but yet you permit him to do it. You're an enabler. Don't let him do this to himself.
I'd like to help him with that, but right now I just give him my friendship. And love. Okay. I mean, we could ask Shay, do you believe that Jews have a right to live safely and securely in our homeland?
100%. Oh yeah.
So you're a Zionist?
If that's the definition, then
it is.
Zionist. Yeah.
Clip it. I'm putting that clip out. Thank you, Shapeshifter. You are a Zionist.
We don't clip it and we don't troll, and I don't agree with Kitover. I'm not trying to trap you or anything.
I'm kidding, Shapeshifter.
You're good, brother. You're good. You know, guys, I learned a lot about Zionism thanks to Clubhouse. It's been very, very enlightening. I'll admit, growing up as an Arab, there was only one definition that I had access to, and shame on me for not kind of doing more research, but the definition that that was around me in my youth was this idea that the two blue stripes on the Israeli flag represented from the Tigris or the Euphrates to the River Nile.
Here we go again.
No, but that
horizontal stripes.
Just the river to the sea, and then.
Really, that's what it means, huh, Shapeshifter? Why don't you tell us what Zionism means, Shapeshifter?
No. That's the kind of fake narrative that was out there, right? And then I learned thanks to Clubhouse that it's actually just simply, many people hold that the definition is just simply just that there should be a state called Israel.
So let me ask you a question. What does the word Zionism mean to you?
I would just like to take the simpler, more kind definition, which is like there should be a homeland for the Jewish people.
That's all it is.
And its borders are 6 and 7. That's the one. Like when I go to Amir's room, like
you know, every time I unmask, I respond the same way. He calls me a cool Zionist. But that, you know, but then I was trying to figure out, well, why
They're not even indigenous to the land. They're not even indigenous to the land.
You need to work on your accent.
They're not even indigenous to the land.
Why is there such anti-Zionist rhetoric everywhere? And when people have that rhetoric, it isn't everywhere. Well, sorry, yeah, okay, it's not everywhere. So when there is anti-Zionist rhetoric, where is that person typically coming from? And what I've learned is that they
Lack of education, lack of intelligence, awareness. That's where it comes from.
What I've learned is that they attribute other things to Zionism, expansionist stuff, colonial stuff, conspiracy theory stuff, and it's fascinating and a bit dangerous when that happens. Now, it is true though that like there's a colloquial definition and an intellectual definition.
But you realize like it was the king and queen that decided those words, right? King and queen.
Yeah, I agree with David.
So like, why would you blame Israel for that?
Anyway,
But that's also a very modern academic left-wing view of.
Like I think even like, correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't
the definition around Zionism?
Yeah, didn't the queen didn't she apologize for like what she did in the Middle East?
Victoria? Elizabeth?
Elizabeth, yes.
Elizabeth II.
Yeah. She apologized because like she realized like
You guys totally interrupted Shapeshifter, and he was just getting to the colloquialism part.
Anyway, we don't get to determine what a country's boundaries are. That's determined by the country and its neighbors. So we don't know what the boundaries are. But the country is the homeland for the Jewish people.
It's also like countries determined based on war. And correct me if I'm wrong, didn't Israel won that war?
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, so it was actually 6 days of war against like all their Arab neighbors, correct?
So there's a big book about it by Michael Oren, former ambassador from Israel to the U.S., called 6 Days of War. Genius book. Listen to it on audio. I don't get any money for this.
Yeah, so like there's people around them that fought a war and they lost the war. So what is the issue?
The issue is you don't drink vodka on Saturday mornings on Shabbos. You should be at the gym. Maybe you should be out at lunch with some family or some friends.
That's your opinion, respectfully.
Well, what are you doing today, Lujas Tickles? Because everything you say on here is some kind of AI schizophrenic rant. And what are you going to do anything for the campaign to elect John Kitover, Lujas Tickles?
Thank you, David. I don't have to answer that. But I'm working.
Oh, you're working on being David's little accomplice here?
Okay,
Why the personal attack? It doesn't elevate the conversation.
Well, why do you allow David a presence on a stage when it's clearly not helping him?
Oh, no, I have a question. Why do you allow John on the stage?
Why do you allow Jalujas Tickles on stages?
That's a fair question. That's a fair question.
That's a fair question.
Because I like him. That's my honest answer. He's a good guy.
Ooh, you hear that, Lujas Tickles? He likes me. My God, he likes me.
What's your answer for me, Norm?
I'm not sure I know you, but you haven't done anything to offend me.
I would never offend you. I've been following you for years.
Well,
he never follows me back.
I don't know you.
Well, Norma, I'll give Lou a positive affirmation.
Well, let's ask Lujas Tickles. Lujas Tickles, do you love the state of Israel and do you love Jews?
I love Jews. I wouldn't say I love the state of Israel.
Why don't you love the state of Israel?
It's a complicated question. I'm not sure I love any state.
He doesn't have to answer that question. Do you love gefilte fish or corned beef sandwiches? Or bacon?
No. No.
Well, then you're an anti-Semite.
Okay. I do love Chompies though. It's a great they have Jewish sliders. It's like a deli out here in Arizona. It's a phenomenal restaurant.
You know, Eagle down in the chat really apparently wants to come on stage. Eagle, if they're not going to bring you up, why don't you just write in the chat?
I would bring him up.
Oh, okay, great.
Have his hand raised. Yeah, come up, Eagle. I like you and miss you. Good job.
Thank you, Lou. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Eagle, what's up? Yeah, what are you thinking, Eagle? What do you want to say about the Israeli government?
That he has no strategy.
So he's just playing a chess game with no strategy?
The war, if the declared objectives of the war, releasing the hostages and demilitarization of Gaza State could be reached many months ago by a deal. But seems that some fraction which leads to the government have other objectives beyond those two of replacing dismantling Hamas and releasing the hostages.
So Eagle, there was never and never will be a deal on the table that Hamas will agree to demilitarize. They repeat it over and over again. Can I speak? There was never a deal that Hamas agrees to put down their arms. Never their words, never their will.
Oh, you have to.
In fact, they said the exact opposite. They said that they are willing to not govern Gaza because they are not fit to govern Gaza because they are a terror organization, but they want to stay as an armed resistance force. Basically, kind of like, I don't know, Hezbollah, that they are not the government of Lebanon, but they want to stay. So,
more kindness, compassion, shout friendship for Jews with no sugar on
and if you
grounds.
believe that Hamas offered at any point to demilitarize themselves, please show me your sources.
According to my knowledge, yes, they did offer this.
Please show me your sources. Please show me your sources.
Yes, I will look for a source point. And
not that they are willing to step down. Not that they are willing to step down from governance. That they are willing to put. Yes.
Yes, they definitely were ready to disarm for the end of the war.
Show me.
Okay, I will.
Thank you. Okay, we don't need to wait because that will never happen. So we can move on to the conversation.
Okay, I listen, if you guys claim to believe in democracy, then I expect you to vote. I don't think it's reasonable that you come in this room and you don't participate in one of the most democratic rooms on Clubhouse. You have the opportunity here to express your vote, you express your opinion about where the new Palestinian state should be. So please use the poll at the top. If you haven't updated your version of Clubhouse, please go to the App Store and update it so that you can vote in the election. France has recently said they're in favor of a Palestinian state. Please vote in our poll of where you think the Palestinian state should be. You have many excellent options, so please take a moment and express yourself in the vote.
I didn't vote because South Africa is not there, and I think that South Africa is the one that is leading the charge, the legal charge. And you know, Africa is kind of huge, and there are many places also close to the beach or whatever. So I would like to add South Africa as, I think, one of the best options.
Okay, we can run another poll. If enough people vote in this one, then we can.
Can you put Jordan in there? Because I've been to Jordan. I've seen Palestinian towns and cities that have sprung up in Jordan, and there's a network there. There's plenty of land, there's plenty of resources, plenty of construction opportunities. Jordan is the place to send these people, and the king of Jordan will have to relent and allow this to happen. This is where they should go, in my opinion, and maybe Egypt and other places. But give them two options, give them three options. Like, they have to go. They can't continue living like this. Have you seen these photos of these aid distribution sites and the swarms and the crowds? Where are these people living? How, and what is the problem with going in there now and start removing?
Because no one actually accepted that many Gazans that actually vocalized that they want to leave Gaza Strip, but there's no one that opens their border. In fact, I heard that in France there was like a legal case, and the court decided that Gazans are eligible to become refugees in France. And this is actually, I think, the first Muslim country that I know that is opening their gates to Palestinians.
I think this is when Marine Le Pen will gain 90% of the votes of the French people. But good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, El Normo. I just wanted to add something because at least across here in Italy, the discussion has been pretty heavy on the media about this idea of genocide, and I've been obviously saying that it's not a genocide, it's a war, and a war has casualties. There was recently one of our member of parliament, she's a senator, her name is Liliana Segre, and she's a survivor of the Holocaust. And she was trying to explain that the word genocide in itself brings a lot of hatred. And I completely agree with her because wanting to label this as a genocide will carry a great deal of hatred towards Jewish people. So I just wanted to point out that I've been trying to talk to many people, and including members of my own family, about the fact that, for example, during the Second World War, United States dropped 2 nuclear bombs on Japan and killed civilians, but nobody was calling a genocide of the Japanese people by the Americans. It was the end of the war, and luckily it ended. So it's a war, and a war unfortunately affects civilians like it did in the Second World War. Thank you very much.
Grazie, Paola.
Grazie a te, Norma.
Listen, they're never going to drop the charges of genocide because it's a political communication. And, you have to call them out for what they are, which is ruthless propagandists. I mean, I like that former speaker, the Christian Lebanese guy, but he's pretty slow with the responses, and everything is a slow walk and a deflection. He has no position at all that supports Israel or the Jews. He believes in destroying Hamas, which for him would be a controversial take in Amir's room. Second, he believes in a period of demilitarization, and then third, a period of rearmament with military-grade weapons to give the people of Gaza a military. Did you hear him ever even once talk about rebuilding condos, homes, and the whole place is destroyed? No. He again, that's why I say he's a self-centered narcissist. He believes in remilitarizing and giving them weapons again. So if you want a liberated and a free Palestine living next to a free Israel, they have this attitude where we want an equal military to you, and if we make incursions or strikes on you, you can't come back and fight us again, because now we got a bigger. You see this insane cycle of violence that these people essentially have in their psyche? To me, the fact that we would spend 2 to 3 hours talking to this guy and have him just bullshit you is, to me, I know why you're doing it, to essentially get to the truth, but I hope my analysis is accurate. Thank you. I am complete. They're not interested in breaking the cycle of violence. That's what's happening.
Pro-Palestinians are not really pro-Palestinians. It's a misleading term. It's anti-Israel. They are using the Palestinians as a weapon, and they don't. This is why no one is advocating or calling for. When the Ukraine war started, all the women and children of Ukraine fled, and almost all the countries in the world opened their gates. Here, not only they did not open the gates, no one even said let the women and children go. Even after they started reporting women and children are dying, they still didn't say open the gates. At least let the women and children go. Because the more dead in Gaza, this is the Hamas incentive, this is the pro-Palestinian incentive. It brings more support to the pro-Palestinian cause, which is the anti-Israel cause, and it defends Israel, it legitimatizes Israel. Even right now with the Salvation Campaign, this is what Hamas is doing. He is using the Palestinians in order to make the world pressure Israel to stop the war. This genocide claim, the ethnic cleansing, all those things are fabricated in order to push Israel to stop the war because they cannot win Israel militarily, only with international pressure. The thing is, what the world doesn't understand is that perception is important, but it's not the most important. Our lives are more important.
Well, I mean, that Israeli Times article of them photographing that young man in the tunnel, making him dig his own grave and taking that photograph, I mean, that is beyond sick. And if the IDF can find out where he's at, I mean, I know it's difficult to go through tunnels, but I mean, if they have that location, I mean, I don't know why, it'd be amazing if they could save that young man's life. It's very sick.
It's hard because they said that if the IDF will get close, they will execute it. And I see the so-called Palestinians, they don't care about the hardship. They actually, not only do they not care, they support either bringing them in body bags, this is what I see people say, or just keeping them. When I even speak to Edward, which I thought at the beginning that was like a legitimate person, he's like advocating for why would they release it? You should release this. They need them. This is like a person that used to be a human being.
Who are you referring to?
Edward. I used to speak to him and I actually thought that he's one of us, like a human being. But I think too much time in Amir's room and the problem is that there's so much propaganda and that hate and dehumanizing Jews has been normalized that he doesn't see the shift in the way that he speaks. He's now calling Hamas a resistance group, but he sees them as he's not calling them a barbaric terror group, that he's oppressing the Palestinians, executing them, shooting them in the kneecaps or whatever. No. As long as they are fighting Israel, then they are legitimate in their eyes. They're like, I'm sorry, this is not humane behavior.
So I was.
This is the moral of the pro-Palestinians. Every time I go to Amir's room, I never go on stage anymore. But it reinforces me to see what they need to do. It's all lies. Even the story that we started here with Morty, it's all about spreading lies. Lies, manipulation, deception, hate, propaganda. I suggest no one will go on stage because it's without vaccination, without proper vaccination, it's really like swimming in the sewage system.
It's very toxic. Yesterday he had an Indian.
Can I challenge that point of view, Daniel?
Sure. Try.
I think where necessary, facts need to be brought to the table. And there were, yesterday, I don't know what. They were talking about the Ben Gurion Canal, right? I think it was. Is that what the name of it was? I actually have a map that shows where it is, and when it was designed, it was to be between Ashdod and the Gaza border, because that was Egypt at the time. So.
But Yaakov, you're so sweet, and I wrote you also in the chat.
I saw that, but
you write. Hold on.
he's trying to put facts. I used to go on stage and try to have like a debate, but it's pointless. They just make stuff up. And Yaakov is correct, of course, facts important. The most important, truth is what we should be looking after. I'm just saying that Amir's room and the Amir crowd, the Palestinian crowd, they're not interested in introspection, in challenging their thoughts, in knowing the truth. They want to hear voices that will reconfirm them. And unfortunately, there are enough voices, not just from radicals like, I don't know, Resistance or me or even Edward or like whatever. It's like you and this and special rapporteur this, like clinging to something. But this room is not about nuances or facts or truth. It's about, as I said, hate, deception, propaganda, hate again, humanizing, violence, and again hate. It's a lot of hate.
Yeah, Daniel, it's the opposite of bringing facts to the table, isn't it? Because if they want to bring facts to the table, then they should be honest about all of them, not just like ones that make Israel look bad, and there's one big fact in all of this, which is that Hamas started this war. That's the biggest fact of all. And most of them don't want to acknowledge that, despite what happened on October 7. That's a fact. And the war didn't begin, it wasn't random. It was a planned terror attack. So if they should be starting, the starting point, that should be the starting point, right? And if they skip over that fact, then they're not actually dealing with facts to begin with. They're just pushing a narrative. That's the problem.
And sometimes it's like even a brainstorm room. So one person will come up with a story that he literally just made up, and others will add to this. They probably did this. I see what they tell about me, okay? They will just make shit up. Everyone will say, Daniel was just in a different room supporting the death of children, and they're like, oh my God, yes, Daniel is this. Like they just make shit up. And I have different stand for people that I consider intelligent and with a sense of humanity, like maybe it's hidden, to like the thugs and the bullies and the idiots. And even the intelligent or the so-called intelligent people are silent when all those lies are being. They don't say, like when someone says something, we correct them because truth matters. There, it's not about truth; it's about narrative, it's about agenda, and it's about spreading hate to Jews, and they work in it, literally 24/7.
That's why I put a link to the map, because the maps don't lie. That was literally the plan.
Maps don't lie. Are you kidding me? Maps are inaccurate all the time.
That was the design. That was the design.
I understand. I'm saying I didn't say that facts don't matter. You went to the phone. Facts do matter. Truth is the most important thing. But I'm saying that in a Mills room, facts don't matter. And you writing in the chat, I guarantee, okay, I will put money that 0 people click the link and 0 people even address what you were trying to say.
One person.
It doesn't matter.
I know. If one person clicks on it, then it's a win.
I could. And it's not. But not even one person would change their mind.
Okay, that's the point. You don't have data.
No, it's not a fact. Even if Shapeshifter, and he will speak now, read the link, he never said, hey guys, what you said is like, nobody's confronting them because if you're going against the narrative, then you are automatically labeled as a Zionist, Jew, whatever. You cannot, this is like why many Muslims will not say that Hamas is a terror organization. There's this silence of acceptance, of not calling out, and this is where we are different, Yaakov. We are not the same. We do challenge, we do seek the truth, we do ask for transparency and accountability. We do ask for from our own people, from our own government, from our own IDF. We want people to be prosecuted if they make crimes, not to turn them into heroes or to give them excuses.
Yeah, Daniel, I went into Amir's room once, and I was kind of speaking on the back channel, but I didn't actually go into the chat. And I didn't say anything particularly, specific. And, when I heard in that chat, I was like, I cannot even possibly go in there. They were like, literally, being outright anti-Semitic to people. They called me a son of a bitch. They said how much they hate. Yeah, there's like you. What do you mean by that? Do you think that's a mature way of dealing with it?
No, it's not nice.
So why are you undermining that point?
No, I don't mean to.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were speaking. I know you're joking. All right. Yeah. Anyway, it was too mature. I couldn't go in and discuss with them. It's like they're just being fucking rude. They're being they're not taking the conversation seriously. They're getting offensive. So it's not a serious conversation with these people. They don't know how to discuss this topic. I have no interest in going into that.
If I may make a serious response, that's what I've said, and I've said this many times in Amir's room, and they don't seem to understand this point. But basically, this is the reason why Palestinians are suffering, because there is an inability. And who was it? Shape earlier, a while ago, you were saying we need to increase the peace talks, increase the diplomacy, or something like that. But they are not interested in diplomacy. There is nobody who wants to come to the table. They have said repeatedly that they will not accept peace with an Israeli nation. And so, because we cannot enter the realm of conversation, because we have left the realm of diplomacy, then war is inevitable, right? So what I say to them, Tobias, when they start yelling and screaming and moving me to the audience and proving to me that they're unwilling to engage in respectful discussion, I try to make this point. I say, look, the mentality that you guys are expressing right now is the reason why the innocent Palestinians, the babies and the women and blah, 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 that's why they are suffering, because we cannot enter the realm of discussion, and neither of us are willing to budge on the conflict. Then the only option left is war or armed conflict or fisticuffs, and I'm complete. I'll end it there.
No, you're right, man. I'm sorry, I thought you were somebody.
I was just joking.
No, I know who you are. I thought you were somebody beneath.
No, you said in a very British manner. They called me.
Yeah, no, I get it. I know. We've spoken a million times before. I know who you are. I thought you were somebody else. My bad. But yeah, no, he acts like he's standing for people like him. They act like they're standing for some sort of truth position. But I just think that the way people like him treat people in his rooms just kind of it shows something very different. So especially, very, very, very good. Yes. I'm going to speak like Christopher Hitchens.
In Amir's room.
People are dying, suffering, grieving. Okay, I'll stop now.
In Amir's room, he had an Indian on there 2 days ago, and I live stream his rooms every night onto YouTube, and I report him to the FBI. And he had this Muslim Indian who said he would rather defend India and fight Islamic terrorist bastards like yourself, Amir. And Amir, this was the roast of Amir, and honestly, I couldn't stop laughing because Clown House in reality has a way to bring the opposite of your position into direct conflict with yourself all the time. And this was like a perfect example of the universe, spitting back into Amir's eye, spitting the racism back. Amir is a very sick old bastard. And, I know we don't like to do personal attacks here, but that room is a breeding ground of potential terrorists and terrorist supporters. And the best way to interact with that room is never to come up on stage and never speak with them. Just record their hate, publish it, notify the Jew hate database, notify AIPAC, notify the AJC, notify Netanyahu, notify the IDF. Publish these evil hate speech mongers who spread death and terrorism. They are sick, deranged people living in their little cubbyholes. And in my opinion, the Department of Homeland Security should find where they live in California or Detroit, kick their doors in, arrest them, and 5150 them, or charge them with domestic terrorism and spreading propaganda and hate speech and death and potential acts of terror and murder. So that is the best way to deal with these people on this app. It's not to platform them. It's not to center them. It is to record them, identify them, and have them arrested for crimes.
Are you guys not hearing the fire anymore? Nah. It should be on YouTube.
notice something about the poll at the top?
I'm afraid if I update the app, I'm going to lose
No,
my
it
account.
adds up to 102%.
You will not lose your account if you update your app. Is it going to Norm? Is it going to log me in automatically, or am I going to? Yes. Okay. Yeah, just updating the app. All right, I'm trusting you in a major way.
You know, from
Yeah,
a
you can get the polls that add up to more than 100%.
from a record.
Most people think that it should be in Paris, France.
Yeah.
Well, that's punitive, obviously.
Paris, France is turning.
Because they think it should be in a Muslim state. This is why.
If you believe in democracy, then show us, don't tell us by voting in our poll, where should the new Palestinian place be, Palestinian state be located?
Just so you know, Yaakov, the reason that it goes to 102 is because they, how do you call it? Oh, okay,
It's 35.6 and 34.7, and they're rounding down and adding them. So if you add the totals by rounding down, they're
rounding each rounding up separately. They round each vote separately, and then they add it instead of.
Right, it's stupid. Like that, no one actually looked at it and said, "Does the math add up to 100?" They just looks great and proportional.
No, they're rounding each vote separately, and then it goes up to more than 100.
And more.
We learned this in high school.
Proportionally is 2/3 and 40%. The bar should be a lot shorter.
You know, going back to Amir's room, you do realize he says that he will issue personal fatwas and that he will identify you as a kafir. So his fallback is always Islam and the Ummah, and so how do you deal with people like that who are willing to always keep going lower, and then the final bastion is Islam? And how do you argue with all or nothing people like that? I don't think you can.
The government should take care of it. It's a
religious cleric but I'm not.
Yeah, I think Amir, in his grandiosity, thinks he is a cleric of some sort. And I've recorded his room daily for months now, and the guy is insane in my opinion, and he's a real scummy little bastard.
He's not insane. He's doing it very knowingly. It's not insanity. It's a plan. He's not the only person doing it. It's like basically this jihad that they're doing is to delegitimize Israel. Each one is doing their parts. The Yemenis are throwing the rockets, and what he can do is this: basically open a room every day with a group of idiots and spread hate and lies and fabrication. That's his role in this.
This is his jihad. You say that the government should, the thing is, obviously people who openly support or enable, want to enable groups like Hamas should be absolutely investigated. And I would say, arrested.
That's the line.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but that's not the classist line. But those people are sleeper cells. They can be easily radicalized and activated to do crimes at the end. Also in the United States and against Jews.
Absolutely. But also the problem is, I think, Western governments they're just too weak in their system to act decisively on this stuff. And obviously that comes from political fears about being labelled certain things like biased, etc., leading to tolerance of these sort of extremist views. But it's dangerous propaganda. It's fucking dangerous. I agree. I think people like him should absolutely be investigated.
It's like this tolerance to intolerance. That is the problem. If we're tolerant to intolerance, that is self-destructing ourselves.
Massively.
I'm sorry. What country is he talking about?
The Western governments.
What are we talking about? Which country are you talking about? Country?
No, we're talking about people like Amir who openly support and want groups like Hamas to be enabled, and the lack of people like him being investigated as a result of the Western government that he lives in, that's often too weak or hesitant to act decisively. Do you understand?
Well,
I hope that they will wake up before it's too late for them.
What's hard to understand, Dave?
Well, I heard with all due respect, the people that represent the more liberal part of your country, I don't know why it's funny, but they actually are pro-Hamas. So, like, what do you say about those people?
I can't tell. What's funny is that I cannot tell if you are inebriated or inarticulate.
I was asking him a question, sorry.
Why not both? Wait, so repeat your question, sorry.
So the Labor Party has made it very clear that they're pro-Hamas. So,
Hamas.
that's what I was asking you. Like, what is your position on that?
About them not being pro-Hamas, they never said that.
No, I was asking. I was asking him.
The government's in the UK, yeah.
Yes, the UK is the government, and yes, the Labour
I think there's definitely
country,
truth on
and
that.
the Labour Party.
Sure.
There's a lot of Labour people who are pro-Hamas, so I'm asking you, what is your position?
Yeah, okay, I'll answer that. I think the first thing to point out is that even if they don't openly support Hamas, I think silence and the double standards kind of makes it easy to see why people might think that. I think if the government condemns what Israel's doing and are harsh about it, or more harsh about it than condemning terrorist groups, and then hesitates to call Hamas what it actually is, a terrorist organisation, and tolerates members of supporters who actually praise that rhetoric, especially after what happened on October 7th, yeah, I think absolutely starts to look a bit that way, you know, whether it's, I would say it absolutely looks that way.
Yeah, it's fair enough, right? But the fact that, Keir Starmer, with all respect to the Prime Minister, is in the wrong side, right? Because if you ask him about, like, the fact that he's even given the idea that the government would actually say, like, there's a Palestinian state, that's pretty hardcore. I don't know how many people in the UK would actually agree with his statement. Do you have an opinion on that, or no?
Is anybody still awake after that? Just barely. I'm being surprised since one was asked, I don't know if you're trying to sleep or not. Probably want to say something.
I'm impressed with what time is it?
It's a very simple question. It's a very simple question. The UK
explain that?
had a stance on being pro-Palestine. Like, would you be pro-Palestine?
No. Like I said already, I think, when the actions of his party, I think the Labour government has been. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to do this.
Okay, I'm sorry to do this, but like, I've talked to people in my friends from London. They do not agree with what his stance is. They don't agree with Labour. Like, obviously, like, if you look at the polling, like, Labour is underwater. So maybe this current stance is not the right stance. I'm just saying. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Labour, if I may, Tobias.
I'm sorry, I'm starting the question.
I used to live in the United Kingdom, and I'm basically back and forth all the time. The problem with Labour is not just that, and it's not only immigration. There is also another threat coming up, and it's a new party, which I think is going to be a total failure. But it's a new party headed by the ex-leader of the Labour Party, Jeremy Corbyn. You probably all know about him. And,
Yes, I'm back, yeah.
Yeah, and this is going to be quite interesting. It's going to be an interesting experiment. I think it will fail miserably, but it will take votes from the traditional Labour, especially the cities where Labour has its strongholds, like, I don't know,
that he is an
I think
he's admitted anti-Semite. He actually ran his party based on anti-Semitism, correct?
Yes, and 90 and then the people he's surrounding himself like Zahara Sultana, she's another anti-Semitic, she's an MP right just now, and yeah, I mean it's a party that will draw a lot of people from Eastern Asian background, mostly Muslims. I would imagine.
Yeah, he reminds me a lot of George Galloway, actually, Jeremy Corbyn. Yeah, he's really, I mean, yeah.
He's cracking the barrel, basically. Come on, let's face it. I mean, yeah.
No, he's got a very troubling worldview. He blames the West on everything, criticizes Western democracies for everything. It's just reckless and dangerous. I think people like Corbyn aren't interested in they're not interested in real solutions. They're just more invested in being sort of critics, no matter what, you know.
Well, this is happening quite a lot right just now in the United Kingdom. I mean, I haven't seen, mind you, the rest of Europe is not faring too well, but I haven't seen an idea from the left in, I don't know, maybe 20 years. And also this, I mean, right just now, I don't know if you're probably aware of what's happening in Scotland. I mean, Scotland is the country where I live the most. And, you know, all the situation with the SNP and the transgender bullshit and so on and so forth. It's basically creating a total mess of the left. The left has no touch with reality and the real problems of people right just now. And I think this is going to be pretty bad next elections. This is how I see it.
Yeah, it's the left's are very the modern left is it's not just weak and confused. They're dangerous, you know. And I think America's seen the same problems with the left, not maybe in obviously very different ways, but the left here, you know, instead of solving problems, they're just sort of, like I said earlier, they're just pushing narratives and ignore sort of hard truths, you know. And yeah, Scotland, I don't know too much about, but I know enough about it. I know they're obviously obsessed with this idea of independence.
Well, that's not going to happen for Scotland.
Yeah.
Also, the Prime Minister before Sweeney, Hamza Yusuf, is the biggest racist and anti-Semite I've ever seen. I mean, if you go on his Twitter, he's insane, absolutely insane. He's married to a Palestinian woman, and he's pushing for Scotland to recognize, I mean, as if Scotland could recognize another state. I mean, that's up to the Westminster government, but he's pushing the Palestinian agenda to the point that is almost sickening. And I would invite all of you to go and check his Twitter. Don't like it, but obviously you won't. But I mean, just go and check how much hatred is fueling.
With all due respect, like Scotland voted pro EU, right?
Scotland, yes, predominantly voted for the Remain. Yes. Yeah.
They voted to remain part of the UK.
Well, but you won 49 with all due respect, right? Correct?
51 counts.
It was very close though, but
not good enough, as they say.
Yeah, but people in Scotland, you know, they have a very, very, very hard position when it comes to what they feel when it comes to the UK.
Bill, were you talking about this gentleman that's very interesting?
I was talking about the Prime Minister, the ex-First Minister of Scotland, Hamza Yusuf. You might want to check him out. He's of Pakistani origin, and he's had a tirade during one of his speeches complaining that most of the head top jobs in Scotland were held by white people. I mean, not counting the fact that 98% of Scottish people are actually white.
Yeah, I do know a bit about this.
That's why, like, you know, what was happening with that whole migrant situation, and when Kitover was talking about it, I was like, okay, so why don't, if you have like a quote unquote problem, then to send them to Scotland, right? Obviously, didn't go well. That my position didn't go well. Apparently, I don't know.
Yeah, I know Hamza Yusuf has said a lot of bad things about Israel. I didn't know his wife was Palestinian. That's news to me. I feel like I should have known that, but I do know that.
She's Palestinian, yes.
Yeah, I didn't know that. That's unsurprising. Unsurprising.
That's okay. That shouldn't matter.
Well, it's quite telling, actually.
Yeah, but with all the respect, really, it shouldn't matter. Like, if you represent, whether it's Wales or Scotland or England, you know, your justification is to represent the people of your country, right? So it should be based on that. Like, if there are people in your country that are doing bad things, then, you know, that's up to you to decide that.
I don't know, man. I think, like, if somebody's wife is Palestinian, it's not like, you know, there's a personal connection there which can influence people's views. You know, it's not just like abstract politics. It's about his actual family and people. I think a personal tie can definitely explain partly why he might feel so strongly or take certain positions. So I think it does matter to an extent.
How do you support terrorism? How do you support murder, lawlessness? How does anybody support these things? I do not understand. You can't just say it's political when you're talking about killing people and murdering people. These are subversive ways at trying to. It blows my mind that people do this on digital communication, but it's even more crazy that people do it in the real world. I mean, does anybody here have any malice that they want to go and kill people, fight people to the death? No, but not people on this stage right now. We go to Amir's room and just listen. Go in there and really listen to what they're saying all night long. These people are projecting homicide. They're doing.
That's true. That reminds me of one of the most important questions to ask a Clubhouse user when you get the chance. Is you ask the Clubhouse user, you ask, "Hey, John, if given the chance, would you kill me? Would you kill me, John, if you could kill me and get away with it?"
Point blank answer.
It's homicidal ideation.
Ask resistance, Jakob. I asked resistance one time. I said, "Resistance, would you kill me?" And I don't have to tell you what his answer was.
I think, yeah, it's just verbal of a keyboard warrior. If you met him in real life, he's not going to do anything. He's not going to kill you.
Well, you gotta take.
He talks a good game.
You might be right. The thing is that when you normalize, when you normalize, when you hold on, when you normalize, wow, my God, can I say one fucking sentence? When you normalize attacking Jews, even as a joke. So yes, one person would say, then others would laugh, and the other said genocide, the other one would say nuke Tel Aviv or bomb Tel Aviv. There's even a song about it. And then one crazy person goes and does it. That's the problem. No one thinks with resistance.
He's a criminal.
But he's part of it.
He assaults people all the time.
Yes, part of it. He's part of it. Is legitimizing that it's a normal thing to say.
No, it's just.
Yeah, did you find the what?
Yakov, you're being naive.
I wanted to. Daniel, may I answer, Daniel? Yes. Yes, Daniel, you are right. I want to say that you are right. Yes, I was mistaken.
Just one second.
You asked me.
Just upgrade.
May I answer?
Relax for a second.
I just want to upgrade.
My God, can you relax for a second? Can you stop for a second? I want to update the stage of what I understand this. I want to update the stage what I asked you so they can understand your answer. Is that okay with you? That I will tell them what we're talking about? Thank you. So Igor came with criticism to the Israeli side, saying that we could have achieved the objective of the war months ago of demilitarizing Hamas and getting our hostages back. I told him that it's incorrect. There was never a deal, and there will never be a deal that Hamas will agree to put down their arms. And then he said that he will show me, and now he goes and he's
yes. Okay. You're absolutely right. I was mistaken. Hamas did not declare anywhere that he is ready to disarm. But they did say, according to several sources, they are ready to step down from governing Gaza. It's not the same. I agree. It's not the same. But that's the source of my mistake. They are ready to stop to govern Gaza. But basically, the fact that they do not want to disarm, that do not change my basic position, that the war could end many months ago by a deal which will replace which would replace Hamas with another power ruling Gaza. And
Hamas will agree to disarm.
Hamas would no. Hamas, as I said, Hamas will not want to be part of the deal.
But the deal is with Hamas, honey. I mean,
yes,
who will sign the deal?
But I say it again, Hamas will be not part of the governing Gaza.
I don't give a fuck about the government of Gaza. To be honest,
this is in my opinion, this is the critical thing. Who will run Gaza?
No. The objectives of the war, and you know them. The reason that, let me say for one sentence without interruption. Our problem is a threat, okay? Hamas, when we imposed a blockade on Gaza, was after Hamas was elected and said and declared that their intention is to destroy Israel. And the fact that they're not governing Gaza, but they want to stay as a militant force in Gaza, resolves nothing for us. Yes, they should be also in the government of Gaza.
It was after the threat when they started actually coming into Israel. There was a period of time before the fence went up.
So I want to explain to Igal.
May I answer?
I want to explain something to you after.
I think that the objective of completely disarm Hamas is not possible. Very simple. If you want to completely, if it will be endless war without forever.
But it's justified. Do you agree that it's a justified cause? That we will not have a genocidal army saying that they want to do several governments and again 1,000 times.
But I think that Hamas is very much weaker.
So we should continue what you're saying.
I'm trying to explain this the other day.
But the price, forget that, just a minute, just one second. Just one second. The price for the continuation of the way we are going now is, one, the death of the hostages. Second, the political situation of Israel in the world is going worse and worse. And actually, politically, Hamas is winning this war because of this policy. And of course, the price of the soldiers who are dying for this cause, which is not achievable.
were saying about the war could have ended months ago, right? By just replacing Hamas with another group. That, do you understand that's like such a simplification? Let me, okay, whatever the fuck you want to call it, it's an oversimplification because Hamas isn't just like a group that controls Gaza. They're deeply connected to their people. The government and also like the government and military, they're deeply connected to things. So I think changing who's in charge is not an easy process. Like any group trying to make any group taking over would face the same sort of problems. And also the problem isn't just about like who eventually leads Gaza. The bigger issue is that there are big groups there are some groups that refuse to accept Israel's right to exist and keep attacking it until there's a real plan for peace and security, where both sides agree to live without that sort of back and forth violence. There's not going to be a leader or a group that can fix this, because Israel will not make deals with groups that continue to support or carry out those sort of attacks. Saying the war could have ended by just simply replacing Hamas, like it's an easy process, that ignores the deeper conflict and what's actually happening there, the realities. You can't ignore that. It's not as simple as that.
But Tobias, don't you agree that Gaza is over and done? That the rulership there, the Hamas, and all the people, that whole area is finished, and it's going to come to a culmination, and there's going to be a mass deportation of these people to other regions. It's over there. That place is being denazified. It's being taken control of. It's over. That will be resolved 100%, and then bigger resolutions will come in the future. But Gaza is finished. All those people have to go, and Hamas has to be destroyed, and all hostages have to be liberated as soon as possible.
Your solution is to ethnic cleansing all Gaza from the world.
I'm not saying kill everybody. That's not. I'm saying they have to be removed. You can't live in rubble, Eagle. There's no plumbing. There's no grocery store. There's no park. There's nothing there. It's over.
I agree that the war is over. I agree completely. The war is over. And it should end by some agreement. Not with any group, with countries like Egypt, Saudi, and other Emirates, and which will take control of Gaza. But
Are you Israeli, my friend?
yes.
Yes. So isn't it true that there are Israeli citizens who are ethnically Palestinian? I mean,
No, I don't think so.
But I'm saying, but I saw a TikTok from some guy who said that I saw a TikTok video from some guy who said that he used to identify as Palestinian Israeli, and then he started identifying as Israeli Palestinian. I read online that 20% of Israeli citizens are descended from the Arabs who initially chose to become Israeli citizens during the creation of Israel. So 20.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, isn't it true that 20% of Israeli society is Arab, and many of them are Muslim?
Yes, of course.
So, but then,
but they are not.
But you're saying it's ethnic cleansing if the people of Gaza were deported. But it's not ethnic cleansing, it's the cleansing of the Gazawi people, and the Gazawi people is not an ethnicity. There's a guy, you're from Israel, you live there. Whoa. There's a guy from Israel. Are we normalizing the deportation?
Yes, I am.
No, I mean, I'm just saying, I'm not normalizing anything, I'm just saying, if it was.
chose to live in Israel. I'm a very, very strong Zionist.
Look, I'm just saying, I read online, maybe I read the wrong thing. No, what I read online is that 20% of Israeli society is Palestinian. So I don't see how it could be ethnic cleansing. No, I'm not normalizing the deportation of people.
People who want to do it in Gaza, not in Israel.
But even if, this is my point, even if the people from Gaza were deported, every single one of them, it still would not necessarily be ethnic cleansing because the West Bank is still there.
Wow,
have to
bro.
cleanse all the people of
Wow,
ethnicity.
dude.
Cleanse 1% of
Whoa.
Israeli society. For it to be ethnic cleansing, it would have to be like going door to door and getting all the Arab taxi drivers.
Are you saying some ethnic cleansing is okay?
You saying
You know how sick you are, Shapeshifter? You want people to live in rubble in a wasteland so you can achieve your political ends. Mass deportation will save these people's lives. You use these people as political pawns, as a proxy war for your own political position. You're a sick, narcissistic fuck who likes to see the misery and suffering of other people for your political benefit.
Exactly what ethnic cleansing.
I propose a new vote. Do you think Gazans should be deported? Yes or no? Consider that as a vote for this room. Pop it up there if you have any courage.
I want to ask you, what is your definition of ethnic cleansing? Let's start from that. What is your definition?
Pushing out people from the land is a sort of ethnic cleansing, of course.
Come on, grow some balls. Pop it in the balls.
Oh, so October 7th was ethnic cleansing. Okay, got it. Thanks, Eagle.
Pop a vote in there. Do you think the Gazans should be deported? Yes or no?
Ethnic cleansing is pop the vote at the top of the population to change the ethnic makeup of an area, hence the name ethnic cleansing. Do you believe that is what Israel is doing? My poll was there.
I don't know, but some people of the Israeli government do want this to happen.
Wanting and it actually happening are two separate things.
I don't know. I frankly, I don't know what are the objectives of the war now. I don't know.
It's called the liberation of your hostages, Eagle. It's called the liberation of your hostages and the destruction of a terrorist army known as Hamas, Eagle. That's the objectives of the war.
John, do you think the Gazans should be deported? John, do you think the Gazans should be deported?
100% as soon as possible. Bring them to safe areas in Jordan immediately.
Daniel, do you think the Gazans should be deported? Daniel, do you think the Gazans should be deported?
Deported, I think they should be allowed to leave, and I think they should be allowed to seek refuge if they want, and many of them do want, and many of them, if you have any humanity in you, would want them to have a better life and not live in a terror hub in tents that is completely destroyed. Like I want to understand what you want. So
you think the Gazans? One last question.
Can I ask you a question?
As long as you answer one last question. Okay. Do you think that the Gazans who choose to stay should be allowed to stay?
Yeah. Now I want to ask you. You've seen Gaza, and ignore the fact that for 20 years Hamas did nothing to improve the sewage system, the water system, the education, like nothing. Okay. Not only this, they destroyed this, and if not, a lot of it was destroyed in the war, and if not. There are many IEDs landed all over the Gaza Strip, so the Gaza has to be demined and we need to rebuild. It will take decades, okay? Literal decades. Now, those poor people that you guys, and I do say that you guys exploit, like, do you think that they should stay in this war zone that is completely rubble? What do you think about Trump's plan to create like a city somewhere for the Gazans? That if they want to have a better life, they don't want to be martyrs for the cause, they don't want to now be in rubble for decades and generations, they want a better life. Do you support creating this city to allow any Gazan that wants to live to be able to live tomorrow? And why didn't your side, any of you, I just answered the question. Okay, and I'm saying, and why didn't your side at any point since the beginning of the war, advocate or pressure any government, including the Egyptian government, to open the gates?
What would you do?
Were you asking David or were you asking me?
No, like
if we
were the
But David, I was asking Shapeshifter a question, and you got an answer.
Sorry.
Okay. I think that the Arab states are deeply troubled and hypocritical in this matter.
I wasn't talking about the Arab states. I was talking about you guys not advocating, not pushing, not pressuring, not doing anything to even say what you the entire movement. All of you. I never heard, I tell you why, all of you, because I never heard any of you that are advocating day in and day out for many things about the Palestinians. You label yourself as pro-Palestinians, but you did nothing for the actual Palestinians except exploiting them.
Okay, I agree that there's been a lot of exploitation by Arabs and Palestinians. In fact, I've talked to
pro-Palestinians.
Who's exploiting them?
Hey, David, are you okay if I answer Daniel's question, or would you like to talk?
Well,
whatever you prefer.
I'm curious, like.
How dare you, David? How dare you, David?
Would you prefer to talk and have a little cute exchange with?
Well, if you say like you're being.
Go ahead.
They are being exploited.
Continue with your cute exchange with John. John, go ahead, unmute.
Okay, thank you very much, Shapeshifter. Why do you think you call yourself Shapeshifter? Do you think you have like a polarity thing or like a double opinion, a triple opinion? Like, who are you as a man? Do you stand for justice? Do you stand for the law? Or do you support terrorists and murderers? He's incapable of answering your question. He's deflecting.
So let's give him like a minute, and if you see that he is unable, because if you don't give him a chance to answer, then he's not determined that he's unable. My question is, why did the so-called pro-Palestinian movement was silent for the last 666 days about anything to help the Palestinians and only exploiting them, specifically about getting them the hell out of there?
Because many of them are fixated on their hate of Israel.
Well, that's not a productive.
No, that's honest and true, actually.
But if I was Jewish Row, like in, like.
John, jump in quick. Go ahead.
Listen, Shapeshifter, I don't know what your wife finds attractive in you, because in my opinion, you're a very weak and effeminate man. And you probably don't have the courage. You probably don't have the courage to stand up to Islamic terrorists in your own community.
She's right here. Would you like to talk to her?
Yeah, put her on the phone.
By the way, he calls himself Shapeshifter. It's a mockery. It's a mockery of Jews. The Jews have been accused of being shapeshifters. That's why.
Come on, man.
Yeah, you said it. I heard you.
What?
I heard you say it.
Wow, that's, El Normo, please stop it with the personal attacks, El Normo. Stop it with the personal attacks, El Normo.
For the record, yes,
I heard it right out of him.
Come on, man. Like, that's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. It's actually somewhat funny. That's ridiculous. I can hear you smiling through
We can play the gaslight game as well.
I can hear
Somebody just threw a whole lot of gasoline on you, Shapeshifter.
What did you say? He's smiling through this smirky little smirky. Yeah,
Wow. Great tropes, Shapeshifter. You're so funny with your tropes. Ha 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 ha.
Hey, John.
There is something they say about Jews. It's a direct Jewish.
I didn't know that. I didn't know
You know that.
I had no idea.
You say it.
There's no way.
Okay, Norm, like I have a lot of Jewish friends. I would actually.
David, what does it cost?
Go ahead. Go ahead, sorry.
When's it coffee time?
I was gonna say, I was gonna be nice to you.
Hey, Shapeshifter, when is it time to stand up for justice, the law, humanity, and not support and deflect for terrorists, potential terrorists, murderers, lawbreakers, agents of chaos, death, destruction, terrorist holders? When do you stand up for Jewish Israeli hostages who are being forced to take photos while they dig their own graves and they beg for their life? Free the Can I hear you say free the hostages now? Can I hear you say free the hostages now? Say it louder with me. Free the hostages now. Free the hostages now. Say it louder, Shapeshifter.
No, you know what?
Your mic's not picking it up for your YouTube.
Say it louder. Free the hostages now, Shapeshifter. Louder so I can get it for the sound clip, Shapeshifter. Louder.
Okay. John, I don't know. You're being weird, John. Betty, okay, so here's the first thing.
John, I think it's problematic that you've called for the deportation of Gazans and free the hostages, free the Jewish hostages immediately. And John, I think it's problematic that you've called for the deportation of all Gazans. That is very problematic. Both of those things, you know.
But you agree that Hamas should free the hostages now. That's a that's progress on your part, Shapeshifter. Congratulations.
Can we get some progress on you thinking that deporting all Gazans is that? Just for your channel, for your 3 followers.
Maybe I'm just a random guy on the internet that doesn't support terrorism and murder and hostage taking, unlike you and Amir and all your terrorist supporting and potential terrorist friends.
John, tell the FBI that you think all Gazans should be deported. Tell them. Send them a clip of you saying that. Why do the FBI think it's illegal to think like this? No, I think the FBI should have the context of John's video. What is the point? Why would the FBI be involved in someone's opinion about whether Gazans should stay or not? The FBI should no, you're gonna imply that it's illegal to think like this. No. I think the FBI might not want to know something about the person that's sending them all these videos. But you're right. They shouldn't investigate. Forget the I and FBI. It should be called the FBI.
Yeah, the FBI should not investigate Amir and his terrorist supporters and potential terrorist room that you take part in, Shape. The FBI should not be investigating you or Amir, and they shouldn't be concerned with what people are saying on Clown House, which constitutes law breaking, criminal terrorism supporters. You're breaking the law doing what you're doing.
The Federal Bureau of John, will you openly renounce and reverse your position on the deportation of all Gazans?
See, this is the difference between you and me. I want to save lives. I want these people's lives saved. I want them brought to safety. Where they're at is very dangerous. We need to get hundreds of thousands of them out in a mass deportation event as soon as possible and bring them to safety in Jordan.
With all due respect, are you pro-Gazan?
John, say it louder.
Yes or no? Are you pro-Gazan? Yes or no?
Can we put a vote in the room?
You can say yes or no.
Why
is it such a simple thing? It's just so simple. Either yes or no.
I say save the Gazans, bring them to Jordan, and liberate and save the hostages as soon as possible. You come on here and waste everybody's time, Shapeshifter. If you were king of the world, Shapeshifter, what would you do for we the people?
So your answer is no.
Your so-called funny jokes.
Okay, let the record show.
Some of them are actually funny. Most of them are not, which is why I use the term so-called. Go ahead, John.
You're just a shapeshifter. You got opinions on both sides of the fence. You got no position because you're on one side of the fence. I'm on the pole here doing a yoga pose. You waste everybody's time with your bullshit. And I bet your wife doesn't appreciate the fact that you're on a stupid social audio chit-chat app for fucking kids. Your wife is probably like, what's wrong with my husband? Why is he on this fucking stupid app all day long? Get a life, loser, and love your life. Love your wife.
As opposed to you. Hear that silence, John? That's your brain trying to figure out what to say. It's hard to say.
I'm just saying, when somebody brings the roast, I appreciate that you can take it at least.
What do you think my wife would think of you who sits there recording 5 phones in parallel with
She's probably wondering why you're now in my recording for like 2 hours. Like, what? My husband's a loser. On a Saturday, he's wasting his fucking time talking to some loser recording him on a fucking app? What a loser my husband is.
John, stop trying to screw yourself. Well, what do you think she would think of you right now?
Listen, my opinion of myself is more important than what your fucking wife's opinion is of me, you fucking strugach, you loser shape.
I completely agree and I share your view on it.
I want to stop the personal thing. John is taking his own idea. Nobody serious wants to deport anybody. Nobody wants to expel anybody. Obviously, Jews hold ourselves to a higher standard of morality than the people we're fighting in Gaza now, who are committing war crimes every second. I'm talking about Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, Hezbollah, and any other terror group
glad you're not taking the John deportation angle.
Well,
I'm entitled to my own opinion. I'm an American. I'm not Israeli, and I'm not Jewish. My mother is gorgeous. Okay, Shape? So this is my personal opinion. Fuck around and find out. Terrorists should not be supported. They should be shat on and shot at. Kill or be killed, in my opinion, with these people.
Are you gonna include that in your video?
okay, that's nice. Yeah, whether or not he's Jewish.
Where do we go from here, guys?
But, yeah, it's up to you.
I have a question, for Daniel.
Shape, I got a question for you. If you were president of the world, king of the world, what would you do for the Palestinian people, and what would you do for the Israeli people?
That's actually a good question. I'm the king of the world, but I would let Shape be the king. Okay, fine.
Good question.
That's a really good question, John. Your recording device is real close to the mic while you're trying to.
I think it's not a great question.
Okay, David.
Go ahead, David. Please make the question in the chat. Go ahead, David. Answer the question.
No, it's somebody directed at you, Shape.
As somebody who understands the back and forth, it's gotta be nice. But the answer is not to say this question is it's amazing. That's not the answer. No offense.
I just want to make sure you're done answering the question.
Well, I mean,
Good. Let's hear Shape's answer.
okay, sorry.
Shape.
Rewrote football. He was that exceptional.
Oh, we guys are. Okay. Unfortunately, John left the room.
That holds you back from a good answer.
Yeah.
I would say I have a better question, but
go ahead.
No, he's answering this good question, then you can give a better question.
No, I choose not to.
And accepted the challenge. I won't actually.
He's also a minority owner of my beloved Birmingham City
Okay, so
Football
I
Club.
think the question, if I recall, was if I was king of the world, what would I do for the Israelis and the Palestinians?
Yeah, Palestinian people and the Israeli people.
Okay. First thing that I would do is spend a considerable amount of time recognizing the legitimacy of both sides' causes. It's the first thing I would do. I'd spend a lot of time.
It's already a thing that.
Wait, what does that mean in actual terms?
Like talking about it and getting that out there in the narrative.
But I think
Okay, can you let him? David, please. Let him finish, and then you can criticize or.
Yeah, David, shut the fuck up. You're ruining my recording.
That's true. I was
king of the world. Hit it.
Okay, the first thing I would do.
I started off a conversation here with my good friend Burfield, who I think he's one of the most beautiful, kindest people that this app has ever introduced us to.
In front of the world, directing those that are in my. So I'm a king in this hypothetical. Is that right? Okay, you said.
Yeah, you're an autocrat. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, but nobody cares.
You
answer to anybody.
You know what I'm saying? Nobody cares.
And I would just keep repeating that point over and over to make sure that that was known as the official opinion of the crown. Okay.
But there is no crown. No offense.
Come on, David, be quiet.
I'm trying to be nice.
The second thing.
Silent.
The second thing I would do is
is talk a lot about the dangers of talking about the past.
So the first point was acknowledging both causes, right?
Acknowledging the legitimacy of both peoples. I wouldn't even say
And then he wanted to be a quarterback, so he would go into the Canadian Football League, where he did really, really well. And then years later, the sentiment changed to the NFL. They brought him over, and even though he was like earning a bunch of prime years in Canada, he comes over. I remember watching one Sunday afternoon. He goes for over 500 yards at a time.
Someone's going to say, yeah,
When quarterbacks, if you throw for 300 yards.
I'm gonna make a proposal. I don't like this, but I'm gonna make it anyway. Can we move David down for about 3 or 4 minutes?
Yeah, I wish I could, but yeah.
No.
All right.
Did you read to it?
He gets forgotten.
Just stop interrupting.
I'm trying, but with all due respect, what he's saying is.
With all due respect, I'd like to vote yes. Put David in the goo.
Because
No, the next item on his agenda, I thought.
Go for
Okay,
it.
Yaakov, I'm trying to help him. I'm trying to.
it's a shame, and so in any conversation with great quarterbacks, always
David, wait. What's the
I
next
think
item?
you guys actually need help.
Okay, David, what's the next item?
The next item on the agenda is to just simply declare that I'm actively working on a two-state solution. We're no longer debating this. It's no longer debated. There will be a two-state solution. We're not going to look and
Can I ask you, with all due respect, can I ask you how?
No.
All right, hang on. Hold on to your questions, David. So, okay, I don't know. Do we know if either side wants a two-state solution? Does anybody?
I'm a king. It's my way in this hypothetical.
We already have a king in
David, please. David.
Come on, man.
Thank you. Take a break for a bit. Drink some water, please.
Okay, so then I'm like, okay, there's going to be a two-state solution, and that's the way it's going to be. The third thing I would do, and I don't really mean this as third, like I suppose this could be simultaneous to the other things. I would completely remove all non-nation-based, and like all these terrorists and militias. I would actively remove them. And use force if necessary. Obviously, it's necessary in many cases, but they would be actively removed.
That would be like Hamas.
Hezbollah, whatever long list of terrorist groups exist, that it would be on.
But also something that like people like in the U.S.
No, I think we're talking about it in Israel.
The fourth thing I would do is.
If I was him, I would be talking about the U.S. as well.
The fourth thing I would do. There's one more thing that I would do is I would challenge all Arab nations. I would challenge them to be more active forces for being part of the solution versus what they have been doing historically.
David, mute up, please.
And so this idea of not granting Palestinian citizenship because they believe in some kind of that this is helping the Palestinians, I'd immediately overrule that and say any and all Palestinians that would like to be citizens of other countries can do so immediately. And I actually would create a somewhat right of it. I would create an automatic citizenship process for a certain class of Palestinian refugees that who can choose to invoke the automatic citizenship in whatever countries they may be in. Those are four things.
This automatic class, is that the group that was alive in 48 or their descendants? Like,
Yeah, I haven't thought through that because I'm just kind of thinking on the fly, but it's a good question. I would create some kind of association to the group that had some kind of lineage back to 48. You know, I need to shut that a bit, honestly.
Joins us now.
The directional concept is automatic
No offense, but that makes no
WWE.
sense. So I'm willing to hear your perspective to make it make sense. But as a New Yorker, I'm sure there's a lot of people that are gonna be like, what is this guy talking about? No offense. But I'm moving here, like again, it makes no sense.
I think it's troubling having David on the stage, especially.
Play the game. It's going to take you a long time to get good at it. Japan's very good at it. Dominican Republic is very good at it. There's some places around the world that are very good at baseball, but it's because they've been doing it now for decades.
Why the fuck are you playing with them?
Because they do not want me involved in the splash of song.
Oh, okay, just asking.
I'm acting as a lifeguard.
So I'd just like to point out to you, I would like to point out to you, Shapeshifter, that when given a leadership position as king of the world, you gave the most lackadaisical, pathetic response I've ever heard. 4 simple little bullet points. I'd like a rehash and a compression of what you just said. Please tell us what you just told us, Dr. Shape. Thank you very little.
I don't know why you question.
And amazing. But I think it's the learning curve for baseball. And then for football.
He wants the Palestinians to have a state. I heard what he said.
And the Jews to have a strong and prospering homeland.
Right.
Where is
And if any Jew was coming from any Arab country, then they deserve to have their whatever they were, whatever they had confiscated or whatever they lost. Of course, you would be in favor of them.
I'd like that. That'll be item number 5. I'd sign off on that.
Can I add number 6, King?
Yes, sir.
Which would be, right, if this all went into place and there was truly, quote, peace and 2 countries side by side, and the Arab countries recognize Israel.
Yeah, that's another fantastic one, yes.
I mean, you gotta lock that shit down.
That's huge. And like that.
It's on paper, so who knows what it actually means. But.
Well, that kind of is implied in my first one, but you've made it.
No, it really, I don't, to be honest, it just says you recognize, as king, you're like.
No, I would lock it. Yeah, you're right. I'd lock it at 100%. In fact, I might go as far as.
I would go as far as saying, if you don't do this, there will be no 2-state solution. You gotta do this first.
No, it's gonna get done because I'm king, and whatever the king says happens. But I'm trying to going. Well, if I'm king and someone's actively speaking against it, what's my position? Like, am I just gonna let them do that, or am I gonna get
dungeons? You have
potentially?
Yeah.
Like, there will be. Look, it wouldn't be an automatic dungeon thing, but. Dungeons could be in play for anyone that's trying to undermine the peace process. Wall buses. I mean, dungeons in play for actual terrorists. But people that are actively trying to stall the peace process through clever, covert means, they're not just going to be allowed to walk around on TikTok and videos. There's some of them are going to be taken down more lightly. By the way, people like John.
Listen, no personal attacks. I'm sorry if I've been making personal attacks, but I'm just trying to test how strong you really are and whether or not you're a prick.
It's one of the things I've never understood. If somebody watched the Oakland A's play a few times, at a faster speed,
I think the
without
problem with shapeshifters had to leave and talk to his kid. The problem with Shapeshifter's position is he responded as a reasonable guy. Even though he was king, he was being reasonable. And I think Israel has spent some 70 years or so believing that if we treat our neighbors with dignity and respect and even thoughtfulness and regard, they will respond the same way. And it hasn't really worked very well for us because in many cases they took our reasonable civilized response as weakness and responded with violence, terror, suicide bombings of bus stops and cafes and discotheques. And October 7th.
Yeah, because that's what they do when they get the chance.
Now we talked about manipulation and other things like that.
I don't know what percentage of, I always believed, because I'm like a New York liberal, and I always believed that what Israel believed, if you treat somebody nicely, they'll treat you nicely back. But I don't think we're on the same wavelength with our, those of our neighbors who are terrorists, however many there are. And so when we try to make a deal with people who are reasonable, and that includes our Columbia professor, I'm trying to remember his name, but he's famous. He was a student of Edward Said.
What up, Scott Jones?
Negotiations. And as far as I know, the most sophisticated and westernized members of this Palestinian Arab group, they do not believe in Oslo. They do not believe in negotiating in good faith. And they are silent when it comes to acts of terror against Israel. So I don't think we even have reasonable Palestinian Arabs on the side of peace, two-state solution, or like a civilized area in which there'd be businesses and hospitals and schools and agriculture and technology. In other words, our vision for a civilized society, what is Soros call it, an open society, is not shared by our neighbors, and we can't sell them on it. So the response of Israel has been, if we can't make a deal with you by being nice, then we're going to be tough. And
Baseball, though, unlike football, American football, unlike American basketball, there's no time component. They've now instituted that you have to pitch within a certain amount of seconds, which I don't like that rule either. But it's about outs, and so you can put a rally together.
That's ruined
These are
baseball.
random acts of terror. And what is the answer to that? Put the people in jail? Beat them up? I don't know. It's a puzzle, and Israel is willing to defend itself either by talking or by fighting. Whatever the neighbors really get to choose how they want to do it. Hamas has chosen to destroy Gaza. They think this is helping them. Okay, it seems a little strange to us from a Western perspective, but you talk to some of them. There are people from Gaza on this app, and they'll tell you they think they're winning. They're happy. They want to make their children shaheeds. One of the women who formed Hamas in the beginning, back in the 80s, said, I've given 3 of my children as martyrs.
Unfortunately, one of the greatest comebacks in NFL history, nobody got to watch, and that's what changed the rules about if a football game's on, you keep it on the network until the game is over. The next show can just wait.
In other words,
but there is a time component. And yes, there's comebacks, but there is if you have a big lead and not enough time, the game can be over. And in baseball, it's never like that until the very
because we can do it in terms of treating how children see how people when kids grow up learning the sort of hate instead of understanding that hate becomes a big part of their identity, right? It makes it very hard for them to piece together people become taught from a very young age to fear. So I think it's Palestinians keep teaching their children to hate instead of being kind and respect. That's like just going, and I think it's about teaching values. So I think the piece that both sides of conflict need to see each other as human beings, but that change will only really start with how American kids within the Palestinian area are raised, and policies they place on teaching the kids about nationality and what's that word? Racist, yeah, demanding hatred that would help create a majority of peace. This isn't just about ignoring sort of past problems and injustices, it's also about passing down sort of that sort of hatred as well, almost like a legacy. So I think that's a big part of the problem, that's what I'm saying.
There was drunk David. We can't. He's drunk at 11:26 in the a.m. But go on.
No, well, I literally finished the point. It doesn't really matter what your stature is, as long as you can move around that pitch. And somebody made the point earlier about the constant running that footballers do. So in an average game of an hour and a half, a footballer will run 5 to 6 to 7 miles. Like they are just continuously on the go and they're twisting and turning. They don't have explosive speed as a
Egypt had it up until, I believe, 1978 or so, and didn't want it until walked away. Israel said, fine, we'll leave the people of Gaza there, and we'll make some settlements. Then Prime Minister Ariel Sharon.
Not only was he 5'6" playing in the NBA, he also won the slam dunk contest, which is pretty impressive for somebody 5'6". But more impressive is Muggsy Bogues, who was a starting point guard for the Charlotte Hornets at 5'3", playing against Giants. The reason why he was able to play so effectively is because of his low center of gravity. Stealing the ball from him was very difficult. In fact, I don't know if it still holds, but when he had retired, he had the best ratio of assists to turnover. His passes were very accurate, and I think it's because of the low angles that he was able to deliver his passes in. But 5'3" playing in the NBA, pretty amazing.
I think he played for the Bulls too, right?
I'd have to go look. His prime years were with Charlotte. He didn't have a super long career though.
He's like the midget of the NBA. So do you think that all of these sports, if we were to accumulate or do a total of all the taxpayer-funded assistance for all the, tax breaks on development or loans for developments of stadiums and all the media distribution, if we were to figure out that number, I mean, would people even give a fuck?
I think some people give a fuck. I'd be interested to hear David's thoughts on this.
There are tax breaks for billionaire owners. That's why they buy those franchises.
Yeah, so Seattle, the people in Washington and specifically King County in Seattle, they turned down a proposal to pay for the stadium, and somehow, some way, the government disregarded the will of the people and they built it anyways. So even when it was proposed and the people shot it down, they still got the stadium built. Now, I will argue that it's a gorgeous stadium, but nonetheless, the voters didn't want it and still got saddled with the price of it.
Seems like there's one stadium we turned out they did find private financing, but yeah, we have a beautiful baseball stadium.
David, can I ask you a question? Do you want to grow the debt slowly, or do you want to, do you believe in borrowing more and spending more? How do you feel about the national debt?
John, your pivots are about as subtle as whiplash.
Yeah, don't start with me with that,
Just asking a question, David. Can't you just answer a direct question? Why does it have to be so, contagious or contentious?
Without assuming what I think and what I know, what I'm going to
Just asking a question, what you think about the debt and borrowing and spending. It's just a question.
David, as your attorney, I encourage you not to answer.
I'm not trying to trigger you or gaslight you. I'm just asking a question, David.
Yeah,
Jesus.
I'm answering your question.
I didn't hear you answer anything.
John, why don't you ask Royfield? Royfield's got some interesting thoughts when it comes to public policy.
Royfield,
We were just having a great sports conversation. What's happening here?
I'm asking a question.
John hijacking, I thought today's Saturday. I thought I could just have a little coffee, a little marmalade on toast, and relax.
Moose, could I just say yesterday, though, when John was speaking and you guys tried to, filibuster him and then that didn't work, the Exodus, it started with P and then you're like, it's like, okay, I'm out. I want you guys to know that right after you guys left, we continued to pick up the conversation and it picked up steam and everybody was laughing because it was like a group of cartmen saying, I'm going home. Like, that was one of the gayer things I've seen. And I just want it to be known that type of, heckler's veto will not stand in these parts.
Good to know. I think it's all our right, though, for solidarity or what have you.
I mean, Moose, you do. Moose, I want to quote Mojo. He said the fact that he will sit here and listen to you guys have conversations about anything, like you're not willing to listen to hear him have conversations about anything. It's, in a green bean world, that's the way things should work. So when you guys get upset with me and you don't like what I bring up or how I sound or how I deliver, like, that's not a me problem. That's a you problem.
Message sent is often not the message received.
Alright, we'll get back to sports. But I want to ask you guys, do you remember Jim Abbott? Does anybody remember Jim Abbott?
I remember Abbott and Costello, but not Jim Abbott.
Jim Abbott played for the Anaheim Angels, California Angels, when he first started playing there. He was the gentleman that had one hand. Do you remember him now?
Negative. Again, I wasn't never a huge baseball fan, but that is fascinating.
So he plays with one hand, and what he would do is he'd keep his glove in the armpit of his nubbed arm.
Yeah. I just see the image of that. That's right. It's all washing over now. Yeah. How long did he play for?
He didn't have a super long career, but he did have to pitch a no-hitter once in Major League Baseball. And I always used to be really fascinated by him because he had good stuff. He wasn't just a starter; he was like a key starter on his team. Pitching a no-hitter is no easy task, right? But if I were a coach, what I would do is I would test his ability to do the fielding, because once he throws, he has to grab the glove from his nubbed arm, put it on the hand, field the ball, then put the glove back under the into his nubbed arm crevice, and then grab the ball and make the throw. There's some time that it takes to do that. He's very quick at it, but it's not as quick as fielding a ball, grabbing the ball, throwing a ball, right? If I were a coach, I would just instruct all of my hitters to bunt directly to the pitcher, and cause him. I would cause him to field the ball 100% of the time, and maybe it would fail as a strategy. But if I was a coach, especially if I had speed, I would. If I had speed guys, I would just. That's what I would do. I would bunt 100% of the time.
Stupid question, but I'm guessing he had a pinch hitter every time, to get out of batting.
He played in the American League where they had a designated hitter, so there was always a pinch hitter for all American League pitchers.
That's pretty fucking incredible. I don't think there's been one like him since.
The interesting thing is that had he gotten to a World Series, when you play in the National League Park, when the National League team is at home, the pitcher is required to hit. It would have been very interesting what they would have done with him. You probably couldn't have even started him in the World fucking up. He didn't realize he was playing that day.
You know, I know people use Clown House as like a complaint submission form a lot, so I do want to say that in Chicago, where we have one of the greatest American baseball stadiums, you know, Wrigley Field, there is no parking. Former Mayor Rahm Emanuel sold our parking rights to Abu Dhabi, to a private investment fund, and there is no parking. They have built bike lanes everywhere. There literally is no more parking. So you have to come in on an Uber or public transportation, which is horrible because it's inundated with homeless people and rubbish and crime and murder. A 42-year-old Army veteran was murdered on the train. Moose, I'm not finished. Please hold. Please do not release until I finish. Do not release. And a 42-year-old Army veteran was stabbed to death by a 58-year-old African American man while he was on his way to the airport. And he was a homeless indigent living on the train. The police do not police the trains in Chicago. So if you come to Chicago and you get off at O'Hare and you want to go downtown, you might get stabbed to death. You might get shot. The police have never policed the trains. It's a homeless shelter in the wintertime and in the summertime. Hardworking people go to work every morning, and it's filled with heroin addicts sleeping with bugs all over them, with bed bugs. The trains are inundated with bed bugs. So if you come to Chicago, either you're going to get stabbed, shot, or inundated with bed bugs. Remember that. That's how the mayor runs this town. It's lawless. The police look at their cell phones all day long. So that's my complaint, and thank you for listening. I hope this Clubhouse complaint submission is received with kindness. Thank you all very little.
Jesus, I body count in Chicago. I just did a quick search in 2021. The city recorded 805 homicides during the pandemic.
Yeah, it's trickling down into South Bend. You know that, John, right? Well, the entire Great Lakes area is bug infested by Chicago.
Joe B, it's true. A lot of pitchers do no hitters, but not many of them do it while they're tripping their face off on LSD.
I just read about it, and what's
I know,
interesting.
95 feet.
Hold on. What's interesting? So the guy's name is Doc Ellis. I've never heard this story. It's amazing. So thanks for bringing it up. So 1970. This was a time when pitchers were pretty dominant. It was a good era for pitchers. Let's put it that way. But he did get a no-hitter, but he walked 8 batters, including hitting one of them. So apparently his pitches were so erratic, nobody knew what was coming, and so it worked out for him, in terms of not giving up any hits. But he walked 8 people. That's incredible.
A lot of those pitches are so fast. That's why it says 95 miles per hour. They rotate into the hit and get themselves knocked out.
It is hard to bunt a 98-mile-per-hour fastball. Have you ever bunted a 100-mile-per-hour ball? It is no easy task.
Not to mention to do it with any degree of accuracy.
So when I was playing ball, and I only played until I was about, I think once I turned 18, I was aged out. So I played as a kid, and I was good at bunting. I was fast, and I could lay down a bunt. But the fastest that I would see at that age group, I remember the guys that threw heat, quote unquote, they'd come in at about 85. I could still lay down a bunt. I don't know the answer to how hard it would be to bunt a 95-mile-an-hour fastball because I've never faced one.
Well, when I was on my high school baseball team, our coach was like, we had bases loaded. He's like, step into the pitch. I'm like, what? I'm like, you want me? I'm like, are you fucking crazy? Like, I couldn't believe he was asking me to like get myself hurt for the sake of a fucking run. I was like, no fucking way.
100%. I've been in the dugout serving water to people, and I heard coaches yell that. I seen guys walk out with black eyes because they listened to their coaches. But the best play is stepping into a 95 mile per hour ball and hitting it solid and nearing
touching scene, 70s Walter Matthau movie where he coaches these misfits, Bad News Bears, and he's telling one of the kids to lean into the pitch to get on base. Very touching, very, very emotional, but hilarious movie.
Why did the guys oil up their glove? I just always wondered about that. It would seem awkward. I would seem.
I think it's because it opens and closes quicker. Roger, right?
No, they're breaking it in. It's a process of
breaking it in. Yeah. The real question is, does that the outfielders putting the the black shadow under their eyes and really deflect the sun? Does that really work?
Do you think there's a gender control in baseball? Because if they had chicks in, lingerie playing baseball, I would definitely go back to Major League Baseball. Do you think that they're like holding women out of baseball?
John, you're in luck. There is a lingerie baseball league and a lingerie football league.
I heard of the football, but I've never seen the baseball.
Is there a Speedo men's team?
There is. It's called Victor's Secret.
Have you guys seen this team that does like these weird dances and choreography, and they'll like do weird things like a backflip before they field the ball or after they field the ball? Like it's like very performative. Have you guys seen these guys?
No, I haven't seen their stuff.
It's pretty weird.
I've seen it on the internet, but not in real life.
I have this book on picture theory, and basically, in my opinion, all communication is spam, including reparations. And when you talk to a person on this app who wants to talk about reparations, in my opinion, it's mostly just political spam. And but I mean, I do like talking about baseball because I used to work at Wrigley Field for ticket brokers. They were licensed by the state of Illinois, and we had a way, we were running macros on Ticketmaster, and they were making millions of dollars a year buying and selling concert and sports tickets all around the country. And they had an office at Wrigley Field, and we would literally go to the day of game window, and we would put down $100 on the right, and then the exact amount for 8 club box on the left. And we would bribe the employee at Wrigley Field who worked for Tribune Corporation, and he would give us reserved club box tickets. We would run those back to our stoop, and we would literally come home with $50,000 in cash from scalping tickets at Wrigley Field legally. And I know Mojo likes talking about free market economics, but that's real. That's an example of real free market economics, but it is still controlled by the state because you have to have like a $600,000 bond to get the license to be a ticket broker or a scalper. But now all that stuff is digitized.
That's still the case, John. Does Ticketmaster still sell tickets?
Yeah, absolutely. Ticketmaster is Live Nation now, I believe, or it was bought up by Barry Diller. But tickets has always been a huge business, and I'm sure a lot of people in this room enjoy going to concerts and being at live events safely, where you're not subjected to terrorist attacks. And we live in a very polarized and dangerous world, in my opinion. At the moment, you can go on this app and listen to terrorist supporters and potential terrorists talk about homicidal ideation all night long. And to me, I record all this stuff and put it on YouTube because I think I'm doing the cutting edge filmmaking. But I might be just as big a schmuck as the people in those rooms. I don't know. The point is, let's talk about reparations. And welcome to Dr. Mojo's In the Muff.
No, let's not.
I'm going to jump in on that one. Let's not. This whole thing, every time if you accidentally refresh or hit the back arrow, the whole thing practically forces you to vote. You have to X out like 3 or 4 times.
So here's the thing, right? We've got a poll question here. Do you support the U.S. paying reparations to descendants of slavery? Right now, the do not support have it at 67%. Please consider voting.
Where? That's right, it's not working.
Perhaps a better question would be more granular. Do you support, you can just say flat out, yes or no, and then if you do support, do you support reparations in the form of
U.S. currency? Do you support it in form of education or property? Just to say yes, because honestly, I don't know how the government would ever come up with a figure, and then would everybody have to bring their birth certificates and their DNA history and their 23andMe, except 23andMe is now bankrupt.
Well,
So I think what would happen is a couple things. If it were to ever get through, which I don't think it, I hope it doesn't, but because I think it's a bad idea on many levels. But if it were to get passed, I think the most logical way to do it is you're not going to give it to every descendant. You're going to give it to next of kin. And then you'd have a process to prove that you are a descendant of slave and that you are next of kin. And I think if you did that, then the number reduces to a number where the infighting amongst the community that doesn't receive it would be pretty angry, because families don't always get along. And if the oldest is the asshole of the family, I could see people thinking, "Man, what a terrible idea this was." But here's my advice to anybody that wants to go after the government for this. The biggest resistance is the obvious one, is that people don't want their taxpayers going to pay people that were not a victim of this travesty. So to get around that, I would argue that if I were in that camp, I would not be looking for a cash payment from taxpayers. What I would look for is a settlement where the U.S. government gives government-owned land to the people that could prove that they're descendants of slaves. That way, because 28% of all U.S. land is owned by the federal government. I don't believe they need all that fucking land, and I think that's a better argument, and mainly because it eases the resistance. If you start saying, "Hey, we've got a claim to this," and then we're arguing against the government owning the land, because people don't like the government either. But if you're trying to pass something that's going to impact the taxpayers, I don't think they're ever going to buy it.
Well,
yeah, look at my whole background. My entire family would get rich. I don't feel like mooching off y'all.
Judy, are you telling us you're black, from a black family? Are you like Steve Martin in The Jerk?
No, I told you read it. My grandson's black, he's adopted. My granddaughter is Hawaiian Polish. My kids are half Irish Hawaiian.
Well, I got news for you. The Irish aren't the ones that are going to get the reparations, son.
I know.
You do realize that their evidence is solely based on the fact that they believe fiat currency is just an illusion, that you can print up as much as you want, and it doesn't make a difference, and they should be first in line. That is the true premise of their belief, in why they're entitled to it. Not for really any other reason.
And I'm singing, "Rollin', rollin', rollin', keep those dollars rollin', roll high," because we keep just printing shit.
Roger, isn't The Jerk with, is that the same movie where there's like these two older black women just sitting on their porch, and they think Steve Martin or one of the characters falls into like a garbage truck by accident, dives into it or something off a bridge? I don't know. And the black women say, look at that, throwing away a perfectly good white boy like that.
I don't know if that's The Jerk or not.
I might be confusing, yeah, but
yeah.
The Jerk's a classic.
The best scene of The Jerk is when Steve Martin, he can't find the rhythm in traditionally black music, but then he starts listening to jazz, and all of a sudden he's got his toes tapping and his fingers snapping. like he's got you got to watch the scene. But the whole premise of the movie is, in my opinion, it's not racist at all. It's just it takes racial stereotypes and it allows you to see just how fucking silly people are regarding the issue of race. I think that The Jerk wouldn't play well for today's audiences because people don't have a sense of humor, and so I think that the main thing that people should think about is we used to have an opportunity
to have levity around these things. We could talk about them. Richard Pryor was good at talking about it.
I was just gonna say Richard Pryor, Gene Wilder. Wasn't it Silver Streak where Gene Wilder's in the bathroom putting on shoe polish on his face and he's trying to dance and there's this black janitor in the bathroom be like, boy, you must be in serious trouble. And the black guy this old black man is teaching Gene Wilder how to dance like a black man in the bathroom. You could never do that today.
Correct. Yeah, I don't think you can pull it off. The only way you can do racial humor is if it has to be an exclusively black cast. It has to be written and directed by someone that's black, and you have to allow their interpretation of what's funny. You cannot do that any other direct. Like Blazing Saddles couldn't be made today, but
you have Airplane, the scene in Airplane where the Leave It to Beaver mother is like, excuse me, stewardess, I speak jive. I mean, arguably one of the best scenes in the movie.
Yeah, that's a good scene.
Oh, so Mojo, I wanted to bring up yesterday. I was live streaming Nelson Apega and Grant Cardone and Cindy Stumpo into Chatter. So I created a Chatter account and I was live streaming it with the video feature into Chatter.
Talking about these people, like I don't know why you guys are jumping on this.
Well, I just wanted to. I wanted to submit a note on it.
I am so tired of talking about these people.
I know, but I wanted to submit a note that my account was promptly terminated, and all 5 of my live streams were also terminated. So whoever, he's a coward. Grant Cardone, and all of them. Well, anyways, Nelson Apega. But this was the funny part. So I created it. First, I joined the house in the news or whatever it is. So Rohan is in my room watching me live stream. So I don't know if Rohan complained, but I was laughing seeing Rohan appear in my room. But anyways, I just wanted to bring that up because that was my first time ever using it, and I will never use it again unless, I want to try to fuck with him again. But that's the only reason I wanted to bring it up, Dr. Adams, was if there's somebody listening out there, I just wanted to share it. Thank you all very much.
So let me ask you a question, Edmund. And you're all about like social programming, and you call out a lot of shit, which truthfully is repetitive programming and brainwashing. You don't think that this ridiculous advertising campaign that they're doing to drive people, bully them, and shame them onto an app, and to telling them that the app that they're currently using it is convenient, works for them, but because you're so stupid and because you don't believe in the American dream or these people that I don't know from a can of paint, that you should join this app. Like you don't think that has elements of social engineering, manipulation, abuse, and programming?
Well, the app is barely usable. I doubt they'll have the money to even keep it going. The navigation on it is so complicated and it's a terrible app. And like Dr. Mojo said, there's like 2 women with puckered out, lips with Botox. Like that's the whole thing. But I thought, as a creator, and I'm intelligent, I think that even banning me shows you that the app will fail, because I was literally live streaming their Clubhouse room back into their own app. They should appreciate creators like me who are helping create content for their stupid fucking app. So my point is, if you get angry over somebody who's trying to amplify your business, you're not a smart business person. And if you listen to the conversation, hold on one second, between him and Whack 100, Whack 100 is a scary motherfucker. But the thing is, this is all black media content, but it's so homicidal and psychotic and neurotic and trashy. Maybe that's what black media is. But nonetheless, I like recording what's happening. And to me, that's my entertainment. So again, I thank you all for listening to me. I'm complete.
Can I ask you a popular question? Okay, and I don't claim to be the expert on any of this, but can you tell me any sort of vehicle of social media that engaged in a market campaign of degrading, insulting, humiliating, bashing, and brainwashing people into creating some sort of value into going to their platform?
Well, you gotta understand, all media is a form of manipulation, and if you do believe that all communication is hypnosis, and you really know what hypnosis is, you will realize that what they're doing is not stupid. It's rather intelligent to be able to mind control people. So I don't know what to tell you. That's what's happening.
Has it gotten any more people on the app?
There's the opportunity for them to grow, but they're too stupid to do it.
But has it gotten any more people on the app? Because they
No,
going to.
it's a scam. These people are fraudsters and people you want to avoid in life. Go to your local church or library and avoid talking to most people. That's my opinion. And these people are the worst of the worst. And if you listen to what they say, it is so violent and so trashy and so terroristic and just absolutely gangster garbage. It should be shocking to you as an American that these are Americans. This is how Americans are speaking. So pay attention, pick your friends closely, know who you are, but also know that these people are scammy gangster terrorists and they're scum.
So when you're recording these other rooms, I mean, I don't understand, like, it's public content, right? You're not CIA, like, tapping someone's phone.
Because recorded rooms have more traffic than all of Chatter.
It's wild.
It's just
It's
me,
very
it's
meta, to say the least.
it is me just putting phones on a tripod and hitting live stream. That's it. Nothing special. But the truth is, these are like one-off conversations that I put into a huge database. This is a huge amount of time and manual labor that I put into this. To me, I'm in like a flow state, having fun doing this. But the fact that people come and create the cast of friends every single day without getting paid to come here and have the same fucking conversations day in and day out, and I can record it all day long, it's like, how is this even happening? How is this app?
So did Jack Dorsey, when he opened up Twitter, did he open up Twitter, cast an audience on another app, tell them that they're all stupid, they're all beneath them, and he knows better than them, and they should come over and use their app? Is that how Twitter got their monthly active users?
No, but that's how Blue Sky is attempting to do their blow up.
And how's that working for them, Mojo?
Well, the dumb Democrats are following.
See, all these things have.
I'm gonna have to agree with Nye there in the chat, John. You know, to label black media as trash because of some clown, the Whack 100 guy, is a wee bit
Well,
ignorant.
if you don't agree with my opinion, I encourage you to type in John Kitover on YouTube and find my YouTube channel and go and search and find it, because to me, it's not even worth recording a lot of this stuff anymore. So.
Well, Whack 100 is a good business person. He knows how to drive traffic. If Whack 100 went in as a business partner in a Chatter would be directly competing with Clubhouse. Okay, that's just a fact. I mean, y'all can have lowbrow opinions about Whack 100. I definitely respect that man. He's a brilliant business person. I definitely think that he's probably driven more media traffic than probably anybody on the stage. So, I mean, let's give Whack 100 credit where Whack 100 is due.
Listen.
Is he a music producer? What's his bag?
He's a great public speaker. He's extremely tough. And you should hear him roast Nelson. See, honestly, I kind of like listening to it. Maybe it's a me problem, but when I hear these insane voices screaming at each other, and I'm talking like, if you listen to my recording, you're like, it's crazy. Like, it's a fucking bang room, you know?
But you don't have Whack 100 trying to drive traffic by shitting on people and telling them how much better he is than them. He'll offer experience, he'll offer insight, but shitting on people, that's not how he amassed his traffic and his following. And that's what I'm saying, there's a difference. You catch more flies with honey.
No, I'm not saying he was, well, anyways, whatever. Whack 100 is a special man, and he's a powerful man. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I don't want to fuck with that guy.
Evan's making the point that a lot of rooms on Clubhouse that are black majority, and there's a lot of yelling fest. There's not a lot of, like, actual engagement of discussion going on.
Like the highbrow and white chillism, the controlled intellectual discourse and white chillism.
Hey, have you guys heard the story that Whack has been accused of being a federal informant?
I just read that.
Well, the point is, those bang rooms, when you compare that to, like, say, chillism, those bang rooms from a recording perspective are a lot more interesting, and those are people who are doing real things in quotations. But, as somebody who spent my time creating a Chatter profile to have it terminated within less than a day and to have all my live streams turned off, to me, that's very frustrating, a waste of my time, and not a very good user experience. I'm complete. Thank you.
You're not missing anything. There's nobody over there. That's my whole point. Oh my God. There's nobody over there.
John, you're a real person?
Yeah, but compared to Clown House, because I did have like 6, 7, 8 people watching my live stream, and they were all commenting and saying, I just got kicked out of that room, and oh my God, this is great, thank you so much. So why, if somebody can get me in touch with Nelson Apega, I heard he's got like a watermelon type head and he's not black, he's like an African, but anyways, The point is,
You ate that because he is African, you're not black.
you know, do you think he's a good father? Because he's got a baby now. Like, you know.
Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Yeah, let's not do that.
Mojo, this is crazy. What did you motherfucking, I did you build this on the app where you can like...
Oh, I'm sorry, that wasn't me saying that. I was quoting what I heard last night from the bang room.
Why does it expose our ends?
Yeah, that pissed me off a little bit.
I know, where is it?
I think what needs to happen is we need to just in the next town hall say, yeah, can you fix it? There's a couple fixes.
The answers have to be at least 5 characters, which eliminates like yes, no.
Yes, no is perfectly good for for a lot of questions, but the other thing is it doesn't add up math very well. I mean, if you look at it right now, we're at 101%, and so there's that, and then exposing the answers is ridiculous. The other thing is I don't like to change your vote. Once you lock it in, you should lock it in. Like, I don't want the winds of change to blow and then, in a room and then people decide they want to change.
Wait, I think the vote change is actually...
No, it does get weird too because it does switch. So, like, mine was just blue, but I support reparations.
I think that one that would actually make it work, I mean, Roger, think about it like this. A way that you could use the little change vote system.
Wait, Bobby, you said that you don't support reparations?
It gets messy. Give me a minute. It's mostly
Girl, listen.
Oh
my gosh, that's Mojo.
But at the same time, like, something you could use the little poll feature for, you could use it in the sense of, what's it called? Like, for example, let's say because you usually have an opinion that's usually against the grain with what most people think sometimes, right? Until you start explaining it out and start doing that type of stuff. You could run little rooms.
I think you're projecting.
Mind, et cetera, where you're the only one who holds the opposite opinion, and then you bring up a stage of everybody else with a different color, and your objective is to see who can turn the other side to the all one stage color first. So you have 2 options. People come up, and it doesn't stop until everybody changes their vote onto one side.
I have a question for you guys. No, hold on. So Brad, and for the people who I thought were going to support reparations, like Bubba, did you guys support reparations for the other groups who got them?
No.
So the reparations discussion is very nuanced. So I wouldn't support reparations necessarily for you, but for the 90-year-old black woman in Tulsa who actually lived through Jim Crow and those eras and had her literature that she wrote stolen and then published under a different name by a white journalist. Yes, I would support reparations.
No, but here's the thing though, you didn't say it depends. You said you don't support.
No, yeah, the overall talking point of reparations is a group of people based on nothing more than the color of their skin should receive some sort of compensation for an inherent.
Yeah, you don't think that black people still to this day don't go through things that impact us.
Especially the people of the Middle East, they know these things. And then Netanyahu is taking you to war because he will go to court, He doesn't go to.
Can I ask you a question?
That's why he keeps killing him as a Palestinian.
Can I ask you a question?
But instead of them being killed, and thousands of Palestinians are being killed. This is nonsense, at all.
Can I ask you a question? Hold on. Can I ask you a question?
Yes,
So can you give me the answer? Why did they storm the Egyptian embassy yesterday and protest the Egyptian embassy and criticizing why Egypt won't open the borders or help out Gaza? But you're saying, hold on, I'm not done. But you're saying everybody's aware. Are they aware that if they let these terrorists into their country, it'll turn into a shithole, or what are they aware of?
You started the state of Israel started on the terrorist state.
No, I was talking about the embassy. Hello. I was asking you a direct question. Why are people criticizing Egypt right now?
Because they are not standing with the people of Palestine.
Oh, so they're not aware.
But everybody's aware, but Egypt's not aware.
No, you are talking about that. I'm talking about the government. But when you talk about from heaven, many people who are living in Egypt, you know their opinion. You know the opinions of the Egyptian people, and you know the opinions of everybody. And you know the Middle East, because you guys do not belong to this Middle East. You are European, but you must go back to Europe, to where we belong.
Where? What part of Europe am I from?
Where are you guys coming from? Russia, Poland, Romania,
Okay.
United.
So you didn't name one country where I'm from.
No, you're from there.
No, how? You don't even. Are you aware of the different people that are in Israel, the Jews? Or do you think they're all from Poland?
No. I know that there's a Israel, and I know history.
Let me ask you one thing. So you know history, right?
It's a mix.
Okay, so hold on. So it's a two-part question. Do you know anything about Christianity?
Yes, I know.
Okay, so Jesus, where was Jesus born?
In Palestine. Not Israel, Palestine.
So, okay, what was Jesus? He was a little Jewish boy.
No, he's a Christian.
No, it was not. It was not a Christian. It was not a Christian.
He was a Jew. He was a Jew.
No, he's a Christian.
Okay.
Where are you from, actually?
You don't have to know my country, but what I'm
What are you afraid of? We just want to have dialogue with you.
No.
I am from Italy. Where are you from?
So what? I don't care.
Are you not proud of where you're from?
No, I will tell you what.
Are you ashamed of where you're from?
He's ashamed of where he's. Majority of generational wealth already goes away in less than 2 generations.
Yeah, but
how is that going to last us?
Okay, so you're blaming. So historically, we already know that when it comes down to economy, right, and all of these other things, the reason why Black people don't have that mindset to do those things is because we're disproportionately, impacted by fucking everybody's anger. So, period. And it doesn't matter. Reparations have nothing to do with how we spend the money. It's the money that people are missing for years and years and years.
It does matter on how.
No, it doesn't.
If the entire point of reparations was to put us back on equal playing ground with white people and where they're at, we can't get there if we don't know how to flip that fucking money 10 times over.
Hold on, guys. Everyone, hold on. So look, XG, for somebody that said that you don't support it, you're making the worst possible argument for not supporting it. Here's the thing. The claim is that it's a debt that's owed, right? That's the claim, right? And so if it is a debt that's owed, which I have a differing opinion about that. If it is a debt that's owed, then you pay the debt. Where somebody spends it is irrelevant, and your argument about within 2 generations people squander the family wealth, that happens anyways, regardless of how money's collected. So we know this to be true. So that I think you've just submitted the worst arguments. If I was on the fence and I heard that, I think your argument, XG, would actually push me in the other camp.
That's fine, but again, what I'm saying is that from my perspective, it hasn't just been a debt that needs to be repaid. It's a debt that needs to be repaid for us to get on equal playing ground with the races that have gotten 400 years of experience ahead of us. Now, when that comes to that point, for me, I'm like, okay, why would I want to accrue a fuck ton of money in a system that's still fucking me over anyway? It's gonna be a debt that gets paid just to get it robbed back from me in 2 seconds anyway. So why would I need that in a system that's not going to do it? As soon as the system changes,
Wait, hold on. Take a breath. In any other crime, where a court is assessing, let's say, that you have to pay. You have to pay a fee because of the harm that's been done. Okay, that we assess this all the time, like in violent crimes or property crimes, things of that. It's a restitution, is what they'll call it, right? And when you're paying the restitution, nowhere in the assessment by the judge do they say, "Hey, how's this person going to spend the money that they get from the restitution?"
And I
just want to, I think Brad actually.
I just know that I have on the last because he's a bitch. He's been a bitch for the past 4 years.
Brad was had a good point about, the 90-year-old who has more direct lineage through the atrocities and horrors of slavery. Like, if I was still here, I'm pro reparations, but how at the end of the day you decide how to pay it out? Again, money, land, education, and who is eligible.
Well, I also eligible part screws it all over, especially after they pull those in the diagonal report.
Well, not really, because I think the courts will figure that out, and what it would likely be would be next of kin. You're not going to pay it out to everybody. That
for all the next of kin folks. Not everybody has that.
Right, and if they don't produce it, they wouldn't get it. So you'd have to have some burden of proof. But I am in support of when the reparations were paid to Japanese and interned victims. And the reason and the distinction, the difference between these two things is that the Japanese people were interned by the federal government, and the victims that got paid out were the actual victims of the internment. And so we're not talking about descendants making the claim. It was quite literally the victims themselves. And I think one of the weirdest things about the argument in terms of getting these payments is you're asking people that didn't have slaves to pay people that were never slaves. And what's interesting is that when this argument's made, if you ever go and get to people that are really deep on this subject, they've pivoted their argument that the reparations is not about slavery per se. It's about the long list of injustices, and so they include things like Jim Crow laws, and they take more recent events into account, because I think they've realized that the slavery argument is not solid enough to win.
Now, I think the reason that the little diaspora thing is a problem for the reparations argument is because if the goal for the reparations is to get everybody that one, and let's say we go through your system, Mojo, where you're going to need some form of documentation or paperwork to prove the lineage, et cetera, and not everyone has it, after the first round of reparations goes out, it's just going to be a second wave of people yelling that they're going to need theirs too, or they need a way for people that without documentation, and go ahead and make the arguments for that, right? I'm not sure how, especially within our own communities, the varying definition of who is black, who is not, who should get reparations, who shouldn't, like whether a mixed person should get reparations, whether people from the Caribbean that are immigrants here should get reparations, because technically there were some parts of the Caribbean that were parts of the transatlantic slave trade before people even landed in America, right? And they were exploited the same exact way, and some of them got fucked over by the U.S. too. So then you have a ton of people talking about who gets this, what's the basis on you getting it, how connected you have to be.
Well, hold on. Listen, you don't get paid for the word. Like, you could slow down, you could use, you could slow down a little bit. You're saying a lot, and the faster you talk, the less that people are going to remember of what you said. Don't interrupt me, Tom. There's a few issues of what you're saying. So, how you decide, they would thoughtfully work through that. But some of the things that you didn't mention that I think are big concerns are when you do have like a mixed family, you would have people that are descendants of you may be a descendant of both slave owner and slave, and should that wash itself out? The other thing that I think is interesting is the very people that are